Oh yeah, alright. Let's go Indie Day, bitch. Let's fucking do this. Oh shit, yeah. Oh no. Oh yeah.
Oh, what is up, everybody? How we doing today? How you guys? You guys feeling all right? No Bat Mom? Yeah, we got Bat Mom. Hold on. Oh, wait, no, we don't. That's right. No alerts on this screen. This screen has no alerts. Sorry about that. This screen does, though. I bet this screen does. What's up? First of all, what's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel the Third, and we're going to play some indie games today because it's Indie Saturday. Storkin Games, I saw your message, and there is a method we have for submitting games. If you want to submit a game for me to check out on Indie Day, head over to my Discord and put it in the Indie Game Suggestions tab. There's a Game Suggestions, and then under there's Indie Game Suggestions. Put it right there. Give me the link to your Steam page and all that shit, and I will look at it. Not this week. I already have the menu for this week, but next week, I will definitely give it a look. All right. This one's for you, Loken. And for me.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you? I'm Batman.
So good. So good, though. That's my mom, by the way. I'm Batman. This is fucking tickles me. Every time. Oh my god, yeah. Since we're playing Lego Batman, that's the alert that Scott came up with, and it's fucking it's perfect because Michael Keaton pulls the bad guy in. I'm Batman. So good. Oh, thank you, Logan, for the bits. Thank you, Vincent, for gifting yet another sub to Co Carnage, who has not resubbed to me in so long. I don't know if JP has either. We'll see. Nerdy Dude, thank you for the 52. Graham underscores with the 51 months. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Bane's joke of the day. My local college. Hold on. Let me turn the music down just a little bit. My local college has a scheme that lets students earn their tuition by working in the campus bakery. The opportunity isn't open to everyone. It's run on a strictly need-to-know basis. Like kneading the dough. Need to know. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, JP's actually loyal. Okay, he is. Yeah. Well, when they switched like some of the payment methods, they switched like the recurring payment from Exala to something else. I had to like physically take my sub over to like my longest time subs, two of which were JP and Co. I had to physically like resub to them on their new payment thing, whatever. So that's why Co hasn't done it, because he just figures it's still running. But you actually have to check that shit, which, I did. So anywho's, what's up, everybody? Indie Saturday. We got a nice menu for you today of 8 games that I am of varying degrees of excited to check out, for sure. And tomorrow is Drop Frames. We got Reb Ford on from the Digital Extremes team, and Warframe Soulframe. You might know them. And then Monday I'm off, and then Tuesday we start. It's Jeff Chella time. We got just fucking all kinds of showcases to watch next week. It's going to be chock full of showcases, interspersed with a little bit of Lego Batman here and there. Because I think it's a great game for a great time period where you can just, play it for a few hours, watch a showcase or two, then go on to the next day and do the same thing. So, yeah. We got tons of shit coming up next week. We've got Black Voices in Gaming, State of Play, Latin American games, women-led games, Summer Games Fest, Day of the Devs, and then Saturday is just all day. It's all day, the whole day, from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., whatever, my time, of just Showcase. And then the Sunday after that, same thing. Just showcase a palooza. Do we have a showcase schedule? Well, I've been using this. This is what I've been using. The gamesrecap.io schedule. That's what I've been looking at. I do have like a rudimentary like fucking notepad of things that I want to see. Like I have this. This is just puts it in a different way for me. But yeah, either one will get you. We'll tell you what's coming up. True Theris giving a sub to Canned Cabbage. Nice, very nice. But yeah, lots of showcases next week. Yep. Well, it's good. It's not only is it fun? Like I enjoy this shit and I miss E3, but it's also it's good for the channel. People like coming here and watching shit with me, so that's fucking weird and nice. So yeah, so next Tuesday is when we start all that shit, and we'll be playing Batman in the off hours. This one's better? Okay. No, I don't like that. Too many numbers. I don't need all this shit. Just give me one number. Give me one number of time. And honestly, that's why, like, this is why I like this. Because it's like, okay, 3 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Like, yeah, it's whittled down. It's very convenient for anybody who has, like, you know, like is on New York time or London time. You can, like, highlight it and see what time that shit is for you. But for me, it's just, like, you know, right in the meat of my streaming schedule, so. No, it's good. It's good for people who want time zones, who care about time zones. There you go. I like that the internet at 7:08, 7:50, at 8:33. What is this shit? What is the @ symbol here? Is there an internet time that I haven't been told about? I love watching music. Can we get some official Whoa and Dude cards, though, please? Oh, I don't know where those went. I don't know where my co-cards went. I got to make new ones. Yeah, I don't have them. Co-bingo. Well, that's the thing. I'm not watching all of them with drop frames, but I'm pretty sure that I'm going to be doing this one, the State of Play, Summer Game Fest, probably Day of the Devs, Future Game Show, and Xbox and PC Gaming Show. Those are the ones I'm probably going to be doing with Co and JP. Maybe. We'll see. But the big ones we'll be doing together. For sure. I hope the ones with drop frames are your own streams, but in VC. Oh, and voice call. Oh, yeah, they might be. I would guess that JP's not going to do it like in vMix or whatever. I'm guessing we're just going to like chime in on our own channels and just be in a voice call on Discord. I'd imagine. Yeah. How do you guys get those gigs? Oh, they're not gigs. We're just watching. We're just co-streaming shit. Yeah. We're not getting paid for any of this. I mean, excuse me. I bet Co and JP might be getting paid for one or two of them or a bunch of them, but I am not. I have been paid to watch showcases before, i.e. Coke Media, and that was they needed to pay me for that one because that was a fucking shit show. No, if they paid me, I'd do it again. I'd do it again. I would. I totally would. Just for the fucking memes of it all. It was worth it just because, like, I've gotten so much mileage just talking about it. I dare you, Cock Media, however you say it, Coke, whatever. If you want to sponsor me again, I dare you. I dare you to sponsor me to watch another one of your showcases. I will do it. And I'll make it better. Promise. Anyway. Here's the list for today. We got a nice list of all kinds of different games. And I'm very happy about it. We have an FMV on there today, and I am going to ignore it, Koi. I'm going to ignore part of it because it looks so good. No Mina? No, man. No Mina. Everybody's playing Mina. There's tons of other streams that are playing Mina. If I play it, I'll play it some other day. I'll give it a full stream. I'm not gonna, play an hour or two of it. Which one is FMV? Well, you'll just have to wait to find out there, Loken. We'll go through them. We'll go through all of them. And I mean, it is indie. I mean, it's Shovel Knight devs. Or like the Shovel Knight devs are still considered indie, right? Even though they had wild success with their first game. Yeah, we're going to get into that argument again of what does indie mean? For most people, indie means money. And it doesn't mean that for me. It's considered shovelware. Yeah, Hades devs, are they still indie? I don't know, they're self-published, right? Yeah, no, I like indie games, like I try and stick with there's one big thing, like, does it feel indie? If it feels indie, then yeah, sure. But also, like, there's indie games that don't feel indie that are absolutely indie games, They're just really well done. It's like, this doesn't feel like an indie game. It looks too good. It's too polished. The mechanics work too well. The graphics are too nice. Like, there's no fucking way this is indie. Yeah. No, I stick with it. There's the two like main things about indie for me are no outside influence by publishers or money. So outside money or outside influence cannot affect your game. And a small team. That's it. That's like the two like watch phrases for indie for me. And a small team, like, what's small mean? I don't know, 20 or less. Some people say like 10 or less. I don't know. Small is relative. You didn't pick my game, even though I wasn't the only one suggesting it. What was it, VexScript? I'll tell you exactly why I didn't pick it, if you tell me which one it was. And I'm going to tell you the answer. It's probably because I looked at it and I went, not for me.
This then. Here.
But I have to go through, sometimes 50 different games and just, like, quickly go through them and decide, like, if it's for me or not. Lash, thank you for the 54 months. It was Morkborg. Okay, let me look at it. Since it's you, I will give it another look. Oops. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one was suggested a few times. I fucking hate this. I hate this. Does not work for my eyes. The aesthetic is just terrible for me. No, I saw it a few times. A few people have suggested it, and it's just like this bright yellows and pinks. Just, bleh. I just don't like it. Tell you what though. You know what? Hey, just because I don't like the look of it doesn't mean I won't like the game. Like, I didn't like the look of Slay the Spire either, but I fucking love that game. So I'll tell you what. I will make you a deal. I will put it on next week. If you suggest it again, I will put it on next week. I will put it on the list next week. Because there's been a few people, there's like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 people who suggested one. I just keep looking at it and go like, ah, I really don't like it. Wait, oh, cheap car repair has, no, they gave me a key for free though. They gave me a key for free though. Oh no. To modulate voices and generate songs. Well, okay, there you go. You got your chance. You got your game now, because we're taking one off. All right. Cheap car repairs out. Adding an answer. There you go. Mork Borg. Let's give it a shot. Man, it sucks being a fucking AI purist. Or mostly purist. Mostly purist, not completely 100% purist, but purist enough. All right, anyways. 99% pure. Okay. Let's go. Oh, no, wait, ad break. Ad break just started. So we got 1 minute left. 1 minute of ad break, and then we can start our little journey here. Had to talk about AI with a friend in the big data industry last night. Felt like a fucking Luddite. You did? Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing. That's the shit of it. Like, I don't know enough about it, so I don't want to be responsible for possibly putting someone out of a job. I don't want to be in that. Oh, the book organizing game used AI? No! No! I finished that! What? No! Tidy up the... I did it! I got out of the... What? No! 4 assets, 1 UI component, and 3 landscape paintings. Oh, no, I didn't even... Ah, no! Don't tell me! Ah, no, I put someone out of a job. I put background artists out of a job. No. It cuts both ways. I work in tech, and it feels like a third of AI discussion is built in marketing and wishful thinking. Yeah. I know. I'm dead. I'm dead to everyone. Man. All right, let's go. Ad break's over. Let's check out the games. All right, the first game up it's just a fucking puzzle game, and I love puzzle games. You know me. It's well, you'll see. It's fairly simple. Okay, if you've never been here on Indie Day, what we do is we go through all of the games that are up for voting, and we watch the trailers for the teasers and such.
Smile.
We look at their Steam page, and then you can vote. And you can vote for as many as you like. You can vote for 3 of them, 4 of them, or none of them, or it's all of them. So your vote really doesn't count. So, and you can change your vote at any time as well. So you can say, oops, I didn't mean that one. I meant this one. So you can change your vote at any time. No big deal. And yeah, and that's how we do all day long. Go do. Paler, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. Okie dokie. First game up is called What's the Password? It's a minimalistic puzzle game where you decode 4-digit passwords featuring over 100 puzzles. This is an airplane game. Like, you get a magazine at the airport, you're like, okay, it's full of puzzles, let's do it. And I love those. This one came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Trampoline Tales. You can get the demo for free. You can buy it for $6.95. Check it out. Guess what? It's hundreds of different ways to guess 4-digit codes. And I'm all about it. Look at all those puzzles. Oh my God, it'll keep me busy for hours. All right, there it is. What's the password? Simple, straightforward. All right, this one is one we saw a lot of on different like showcases and whatnot. It's finally got released. the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. It is a deduction puzzle game set in the last hour of a lost 90s JRPG, complete with original manual, director's commentary, and clips of an unreleased amateur documentary, all used to uncover the secret at the heart of it all. What is the greatest RPG of all time? This one came out 2 days ago, developed by Coindrop Games and Lucas Emanuel, Jukobi, and Kyle Chong, published by Coindrop Games. It is $16.19. Let's take a look.
Right there. Stop. That's why what we're remaking worked. There's a reason we called it the greatest RPG of all time.
So what are these fonts? I get this is the Super Nintendo font. That's the Super Nintendo like logo font. This is what, Chrono Trigger? Maybe Final Fantasy? This font here? I know it's familiar. Dragon Quest or Chrono Trigger? Yeah. Okay. Next one is the FMV, the lone FMV game of the day, and it looks like it's a banger because it's not a dating one. It's an action one. A frozen apocalypse. 3 unique survivors join you. Lead them through the icy wasteland. Zombie whispers, blizzards blur morality, hope or doom. The fateful die burns in your grip. Fateful die. Okay. This one came out yesterday. Overwhelmingly positive, 1,294 reviews. I'm guessing was an early access or something. I don't fucking know how it got 1,300 fucking reviews in one day, but it looks like it might have. Developed by Joy Media Limited and published by them and a bunch of other things. Let's see. Nope, it's brand new. Okay. The Chinese gaming market, undefeated. Let's see. What does that say? There we go. Fanglin Studio and Yixin Feng Interactive Entertainment. Fanglin Studio and Yixing Feng, YXIANG FENG, Interactive Entertainment. That's it. Okay. Yeah, it came out yesterday, and you can get a demo for free, or you can buy it for $7.69. Let's check it out. See, this is what I wish more FMVs were like. I realize how much effort it takes to make something like this, but holy shit, I'm jazzed about this. Oh, there are dice rolls in it. Oh, interesting. That's the die in the description, yeah. I was wondering.
Oh yeah.
All right, so here's the disclosure. Ready? This game was developed by a small indie team, and due to budget constraints, approximately 2 minutes of footage were AI generated. That is the disclosure. Where is it? Damn it. Oh, I don't have that on that one. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to leave it up to you guys. Because I am so excited about this, but that just depresses me. There's 2 minutes of AI in this. 2 minutes of AI video. And I'm giving it up to you for a poll. And I will let you guys decide. Tell me what to do, because this is you know me. I love FMV. I love FMV games. I do. And one that's not a dating sim, holy shit. I'm super excited. But it's a slippery slope, right? Slippery slope. Let it slide, but you have to punch yourself in the nuts. Oops. All right, we let it slide. This time only. I'm only going to let it slide this time. I promise. This time only. That's it. I'll never play another AI game again. All right, next game. Do you even forklift? This one is a silly physics-based forklift game inspired by Ghibli and Japan car culture. Use your forklift skills in logic puzzles with many unexpected outcomes. Now, Shenmue has trained me for this, and I'm ready. I think I'm ready for this. I think I'm ready. Achi, thank you for the 2 months. This one came out 2 days ago, developed by Garage 5, published by Take It Studio and Kirky Games. Take IT Studio. Okay, it's $7.19. Let's take a look. This looks like a fucking frustrating piece of shit. I will be screaming at this fucking forklift. I just know it. Okay. That is, do you even forklift? All right, the next one is Nerd, N-E-R-D, and this is another puzzle game, but with a twist. I like twists. Nerd is a story-driven escape room puzzle game brought to life as a gripping interactive movie. Inspired by cult classic thrillers, it's an experience that will pull you in and won't let go, just like my wife's vagina. Dark, intense, and deeply unsettling. Every moment pushes you to further into the unknown. This game came out yesterday. No user reviews. Developed and published by Forever Entertainment SA. It is $6.39. Let's go. Just like my wife's vagina. Yeah, it'll pull you in and won't let go. You get it. It's a joke. What up, Jay Zyger? How you doing? Been a minute. Good to see you. Oh, it's Polish, by the way, but it has subtitles.
Kim ty do kurwy nędzy jesteś?
Kim ja jestem?
Nikim. Skromnym, zatroskanym mężczyzną. Mam nadzieję, że docenisz, jak się napracowaliśmy z Mają, abyś się nie nudził. Wiesz, co robić, prawda?
FMV, FMV. It has some FMV.
Grałeś kiedyś w Scrabble?
Pass snip?
Przygotowałem specjalną grę. Lubisz gry, prawda? Nie wiesz, co ustawić. No biedactwo.
I've kind of always wondered, like, word games,
Wiecie, że jestem
like-
obserwowana?
they have to be like
Nie było wymyślone.
language. I mean, obviously they're language based, but
śledzi.
like, you can't have Wordle or certain games like that in some different languages. Or Scrabble, for that matter. Like, Scrabble would be, like, impossible in certain languages, I'd imagine.
Nie wiem już, co jest prawdą, a co kłamstwem.
Trochę się. Zabawnik.
Fun. We'll have some fun. Yeah. Hey, a puzzle game with FMV horror elements? God damn. They just reached in my brain and were like pulling out keywords that I like. All right. That's it. NERD or nerd. Next one is They Left Us Here. This is I'm taking a risk on this one. This one, I don't know much about it. A sci-fi first-person horror game where you explore an abandoned space station. Not much to go on. This one came out 5 days ago, developed and published by SCH Gaming. It is, you can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $5.99. That's food for thought, Lee. Food for thought, for sure. But it's kind of like that. Ideally, is kind of like oh god, the church tried to do something like that. It was the plenary indulgences, right? You could pay the church to sin. I'd rather just sin and go like, I'm sinning. I am sinning. Yeah, we're watching the second trailer because that first trailer didn't give much. But I like this. I like this idea. I've always been a fan of like the abandoned space station kind of aesthetic. I dig it. It just creeps me out. Oh, speaking of backroom, well, you mentioned Backrooms, but I watched Exit 8, the movie. Pretty good. Pretty good. Not I wouldn't rate it as fantastic, but I'd definitely give it a B. I'd definitely give it a B. Maybe B minus, but it's a B. It was pretty good. For a game adaptation, not bad. All right, that's They Left Us Here. Next one, new folder. Where did I put that? New folder. There it is. Did you watch Obsession? No, I have not watched Obsession. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, that's something. Hold on. Before we look at this, there's something I want to look up that I forgot to look up. Okay, that is not out yet. Okay, still in 2026. Okay. I really want to play that one because it's a troll game and I love troll games. All right, new folder. You log on to a computer having no clue of what lies within. Explore its files, solve puzzles to recover missing pieces, and decipher passwords to enter otherwise prohibited folders. As you delve deeper into its content, you'll find that there's a greater mystery to be solved. This is another trope that I like, the, searching an old computer for shit. I like that trope. This one came out yesterday, developed and published by Evicted Games. It is $3.99, and apparently, according to the reviews, it's relatively short. So, Not a big time commitment for this one. Oh, just the tip. That's awesome. Okay. Not a lot to go on in the trailer, but there you have it. All right, and the last one we're going to look up is... Oh, wait, hold on. I don't have it on here, do I? Did I not wishlist it? Morkborg. There we go. Add to wishlist. There we go. Morkborg. Heresy Supreme. A desperate attempt to endure the coming apocalypse in a cursed, unjust, dark fantasy world made only to appease a vain god. Combat is brutal, choices are lethal, and survival is a temporary insult to fate. A flail to the face. This one came out 9 days ago, developed and published by Morbidware. It is in early access, but you can buy it for $18.99. Let's fucking go. I was telling you, Saturdays were a great day for finding new games here, yeah. I'm glad. Thank you for spreading the word. Thank you for spreading the word of Indie Saturday, the gospel of Indie Saturday. So what does Morkborg mean? I'm guessing it translates to something, unless it's a proper name. Oh, it's based on a tabletop RPG. Oh, okay. Mork is dark in Swedish. Oh, Dark Castle, Dark Fort. Okay. No, I liked it against my better judgment, Eppies. I like Noita. I ended up eventually enjoying it a little bit. But fuck, dude, I put like 11 hours into it and I barely touched anything. I died so many times. You have to put like 30 hours in that game to even see anything good. I just get the thing with Noita is I just get sick of I never got a wand that I was like, this is the fucking awesome bomb-ass wand. Like, I got some good ones, but nothing like game-changing, and I'm disappointed. I was always trying to find one where I was like, this is great. Like, you know when you play Isaac and you first get what's the big eye, big tier, that thing? When you first get that, you're like, oh, okay, this is what I'm shooting for every time. Polyphema or poly something. Morkborg! Yeah, or Brimstone, that's another good one. Okay, do we have one that is totally 100% winning?
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you? I'm Batman.
Saturday morning, hanging out with you and cats watching Zeke. Feels good, man.
Thank you, Spencer. Thank you for the bits and hello to your kitties. I'm Batman. Oh, so good. No, that's exactly what that's why I didn't have it on the list originally, Lod Baguette, is because I didn't like the aesthetic of it. That neon pink and yellow, like, ugh. And it's just so, like, it's so offensive to my eyes, but maybe the gameplay saves it, so. All right, of course we're going to check out Sub-Zero first. The action FMV game. And we're going to play that. We're going to take it off the list. There we go. And we'll leave the other ones up so you can vote for the game that comes after this. What about Mina the Hollower? I took it off the list because too many people are playing it. I don't want to play it since everyone else is playing it because fuck all those other streamers. No, if I do play Me of the Hollower, I've heard how good it is. Like, I'll probably give it a full stream. There you go, Whispering Goblin. All right, let me change over the stuffs. Take it off games and demos and put it into Sub-Zero. I'm guessing it's this one. RPG simulation strategy. Maybe not. I mean, that's the only one that's on there. It's the only one that is Sub-Zero one word, and that's it. I don't know what else it could be. It doesn't have a fucking, I mean, no box art. So we'll just have to go on gut here. Okay, let's put it up top. Copy. Paste. There we go. All right, what is this game? Well, this game is a frozen apocalypse. 3 unique survivors join you, lead them through the icy wasteland. Zombie whispers, blizzards blur morality, hope or doom? The fateful die burns in your grip. This one came out yesterday, developed by Joy Media Limited, published by them, and a bunch of other names that I read earlier. You can get the demo for free, or you can buy it for $7.69. Yes, Omerede, my penis got bigger once I moved to Texas because everything's bigger in Texas. Ha 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 ha. Drum roll and segue into video game. No, I did not finish Lego Batman yet. No. I will be playing it next week in between showcases. But all games stop for Indie Saturday. How am I adapting to the heat? I fucking hate it. But I've only been here for less than a month, so we'll see if it gets any better. Every time I walk outside, I'm just soaked. Wait a minute, they're showing me the trailer again? I don't need the trailer again. Language English. Subtitles enable. Okay. Welcome to Below Freezing. Here, the dice will decide your fate. If the number you roll is greater than the target score, you win. Otherwise, the apocalypse win. Oh, it has to be greater, so equal to loses 2. Maybe. Be careful with your choice. It can not only affect how much characters like you, but also change the number rolled on the dice. You can check character favorability and your own status at any time in the character profile in your backpack. Additionally, whether it's a buff or a debuff, when you gain the same effect repeatedly, it will increase its stat count and reset the remaining duration. A golden dice. You can use it any time in later levels. The dice will result... Oh, the dice rolls that take the higher of 2... Oh, so it's rolling with advantage. Take the higher value of 2 dice. If you don't use it, it will remain stored in your backpack. Additionally, whenever your final roll reaches 20, it triggers Grand Slam and instantly awards a golden die. Don't forget to use achievement points in the Walkman interface in your backpack to unlock characters' special abilities. Fun. But, is it full screen? Okay. Okay. Oh, story mode, please. Yes, please. If you hate frequent failures and should choose this mode, in this mode, each failure increases the success rate. Oh! This effect resets after daily settlement, and you will additionally gain a permanent buff effect. Okay, cool. Moderate difficulty curve. Retaining enough challenge. Mode selection has no effect on story content. Feel free to enjoy. Okay, good. I'll just do story mode. That's fine. No, this is an FMV that's not a dating sim, Prince Ali, and I'm super excited about it. Not a good start. Not a good start with these stutters here. What is happening?
Dinner! Dinner!
Dinner! Who wants dinner?
Dinner!
Dinner? Where's my dinner?
Dinner! 是你吗，Dinner？
Good makeup effects.
Dinner! Dinner!
All right, just so the non-sub plebs don't miss anything, we're gonna sit here for a minute and a half in silence. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I'm gonna have a drink of water and blab. This is me filling up dead air. Give me them titties. Oh. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole.
No silence.
Thanks, Spencer. And there's a Sicily filling up the silence. And thank you, Sicily, for filling up our silence. No, my silence! You've ruined it! You hate that with your entire being? I don't enjoy it. I do enjoy the money, though. I can't say, like, I don't enjoy that part of it.
My dick's so shitty. My dick's so shitty from your
asshole. Oh! Thanks, Baylor. All right, here we go. Ad break over. Let's go. You haven't missed anything except he saw a dead person in the snow with an arrow in them. That's it. That's all you've missed. Here we go.
Dinner!
And he's looking for his dinner.
Dinner，你没事吧？哪里受伤了？ Dinner，
吓死我了！
Scared me to death.
真丑啊你！哎。
Inviting you to a voice call. Oh, I guess I don't have a choice.
啊，我今天休息啊。
知道你今天休息，休息不能来吗？
不是刘哥，上周就没安排我休息，我这好不容易。
你看看，年纪轻轻的老喊着要休息，不要总是贪图享乐，辛苦
Don't always seek pleasure.
不是。
好了，别说那么多了，站里今天人手不够，赶紧来仓库。
Come to the warehouse. Great. Alien Artichoke with 93 months. Welcome to Below Freezing. Here, the dice will decide your fate. The number you roll is greater than the target score. You win. Otherwise, the apocalypse wins. Okay, let's roll. 18. Let's go. Oh, I obtained a golden dice because I got a +2 somewhere. Okay. Ambience of hospital waiting area.
哎，来了来了。刘哥，我稍微晚点过来行吗？我今天身体不太舒服。
I'm not feeling good.
我刚到医院叫上号。
Oh my God! He put on the fucking hospital sound for this call.
哎，放心吧，刘哥，没问题。
That's fucking
我请你喝水
hilarious.
啊。
By the way, Josh, can you settle last month's? Hold on. Can I scroll up? Okay. No answer. Where are you? Where is everyone? Oh, sorry, Josh. I'm at the hospital. Took a picture of that. Yeah, by the way, Josh, can you settle last month's salary? I still haven't paid the hospital bills. Leo, we're short on staff. Come in for overtime this weekend. Come to work overtime this weekend. Leo, work overtime this weekend. Josh, tomorrow's Monday. Oh, call ended. Okay. Erlinda? Hey, sis, it seems we live in the same community. Thank you for saving me that day. Oh, it's you. How did you get my contact information? Butt doesn't hurt anymore? I've been discharged from the hospital. When are you free, miss? Are you busy? Corgi? To repay you for saving my life, I prepared a little gift for you. When will you have some free time so we can meet? Did I offend you in some way? Marine Plaza now. I'll be right there.
Yes.
All right.
可以说是灾难性的冰圈效应的初期，会在
Glacier is melting.
形成大气中温的效应。当融水
Meltwater continues to inject into the oceans. Okay, so the glacial ice caps are melting, and that's, I'm guessing, the apocalypse that we're dealing with.
发生衰减，然后海洋的
Oh,
暖流
ladies, there
势
you
遭到
go.
破坏
Little
最后
shirtless
是
man
全
action.
球性的灾害天气发生。
感谢王教授的精彩演讲。听上去，兰陵湾将会迎来一个有史以来
If you laugh that his name is
最阳光的夏天
Professor
了
Wang, you're a racist. You can't laugh at that.
冰川秘境的钥匙。哇，每一口都是对味蕾的温柔抚慰。脆脆寒天口中嚼。
Okay. Erlinda, I have arrived already. Or already arrived. Did you bring... Oh, it seems like a sun shower. Did you bring an umbrella? No answer. After 2 rings. Commander Peep with the 9 months. Thank you, Commander Peep. Freshly baked cow cake. Fuck is cow cake? Oh, here you go, guys.
有需要的话可以进店购买哦。芝士可颂、法棍，还有奶油小面包哦。
怎么不接电话？
Why aren't you answering the phone?
哎呀，耳朵聋
She's
了。
trying to
你
give
干
me
什么
cream buns.
吃吃啊。
Stackor giving a sub to Professor Wang. Be careful with your choice. It can not only affect how much characters like you, but also change the number rolled on the dice. You can check character favorability and your own status in your backpack. Additionally, whether it's a buff or debuff, when you gain the same effect repeatedly, it will increase its stat count and reset the remaining duration. Right, we already read that. Oh, follow your heart and vent your dissatisfaction. Restrain yourself and remain polite. Let's remain polite.
行
For
那
now.
你挑个最好吃的。
You shove that right in my mouth.
好吃，这些是你自己做的吗？
你怎么回事啊？吃的嘴巴上都是的呀。笨笨的，那这里还有好多种不同的口味，来试试看吗？
哇，这些
Well, at least she doesn't work at that hot dog place with those weird red and blue striped outfits. He is motorboating, son of a bitch.
这里吃是免费的，里面坐可就要消费了。
嘿嘿，你早说能消费。
可能事情不是你想那样的。
Okay.
没关系。
I thought this was an action game. This seems more like a dating game. God damn it. I got fooled. I got fucking fooled, though. God damn it.
是什么事情啊？
以后不要再通过任何方式联系我跟我的朋友。我跟你不是一路人。
You better get to some zombie
你只不过
killing
是我
action
的
or
路
I'm
边
fucking refunding this
再手
shit.
救活的一条狗而已。
啊， 克兰，
她是你女朋友吗？
不，她算是我的救命恩人吧。
She's my lifesaver.
你恩人啊？
A lifesaver.
那她是医生吗？
So
说来话长，
is he a doctor?
但要不是他出手相救，我的下半身差点就废了。
My lower body was almost ruined.
还是你的下半身比较重要？那你赶紧去找她呀！
哦，
Okay.
那我回头再来找你哈。
那你快去快去！
To shreds, you say?
哎，克兰，克兰，
That sounds nothing like Erlinda.
哎，你先别生气，你猜猜我给你准备了什么？你猜啊！当当当当！我看你啊，经常喜欢拿着一个小手袋，这个是我亲手 DIY 的。
I made you one. I DIY'd you a handbag that looks like a uterus.
晚点我们一块儿去看电影吧。
无意是吧？
哎，
无意，
到。
你是听不懂我说话吗？
Or a prolapsed anus. Yeah, there you go.
电影的事改天再说，我朋友叫我了。
女朋友？那个是你爸爸吧？
Fred and Martha. Oh my God. Wait, Martha? Why did you say that name? Pull her arm. Pull her shoulder. Shoulder.
等会儿你的礼哦。
Elbow to the face. Eye injury. Oh
你
no.
有声音我就杀了你！
喂，你这样会把人打坏的。
我在训狗，跟你有什么关系啊？
训狗？你是兽医吗？
你来了。
喂，说
Man,
什
her
么？
contacts are something
我要
else.
把你打人的情况告诉你爸。
你们俩还真是般配。
行，好丑的娃娃。
What an ugly doll.
喂，你怎么样？需要帮你叫救护车吗？
克兰，克兰。
What is this bullshit? Let's get back to the zombies, man. What the fuck? Don't make me sit through this. You fucking debated me, you stupid game.
吃饭，吃饭。
吴毅，
哎，
过来卸货。动作快点，磨磨唧唧的。
这都几点了？
Holy crap, what time is it?
快点，白天不都给你放假了，明天就想着偷懒，赶紧办。
哎，吃饭了没，刘哥？
你看什么看？赶紧卸货。赶紧的。
赶紧的，卸货，卸货，卸货。
Unload,
今
unload.
天老子就该休息。
I'm supposed to. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
不，你个屌毛，吓我一跳。
There we go. Turn into a zombie right
去医
now.
院了没？
Turn into a zombie.
没事儿。小流感。哎，我搞点药，你搞点。哎，不搞，我又没病。说真的，等明天工资发了，我真不干了。来之前说好是单休，结果现在他妈的是每个月单休。
没事儿，兄弟，消消气儿啊。咱不干这个，咱干啥呢？你想想，这福利待遇都挺不错的。哎，我今天上午跟刘哥干活，从他那里搞了5大箱泡面呢。
泡面有啥稀罕的？谁天天吃那玩意儿啊？
这你就不懂了吧？没找我要钱。
我操！
啊，就在车上呢，咱要分你2箱。
可以啊，祥仔。
Sure, Sam. One word. God, I could not be less interested in this right now. Help me out. Someone throw a pie or shoot somebody.
糟了，
你们都送一天货了吗？这要搞完都后半夜了，我这里随便弄一弄，明天轮班的人来。
兄弟，给你说个消息吧。进来那个屌毛昨天就走了。
That new bastard left yesterday. It's just the two of us in this warehouse.
是吧？
对啊。
哎，还能有比这更倒霉的吗？
来，上车。
Some of us voted to exit. Well, I mean, you might have been right for the wrong reasons.
好了，走。
I'll eat a whole wet bucket of AI if I don't have to sit through another one of these fucking boring ass Chinese dating sims.
兄弟，那个跟你商量件事儿呗。
咋了？你说呗。
我那个不是还欠你2万块钱吗？我最近手头太紧了。
So he's really tight on money.
哎 都是兄弟，你跟我说这些。
He owes me, I guess.
行。哎，对了，你上午干啥去了？
哦，我跟可兰约会去了。
可兰？我操，就是你手机封面那个是不是？你们俩什么情况啊？你们俩牵手了吗？
切，
Who cares? Who
见
cares?
家长了。
我操，这么快吗？那你晚上咋回来了呢？
Overwhelmingly positive, my fat ass.
迟到了5分钟，我给他骂了。
操，他们把他骂了，什么情况？来说说。
那有啥的？我把他骂了之后啊
As soon as this gets going, I assume it's gonna be great.
想甩都甩不掉，没办法，我嫌丢人，只好给了他几巴掌。
I'm Batman.
I know how to spice this up.
Thank you, Logan.
啊啪！
哦，然后呢？
然后你知道咋了吗？这个小兰突然抱着我的腿不放。
She grabbed my leg and she wouldn't let go. I had no choice but to kick her.
放手，放手，放手，
放手，放手！
他又爬回来，踹出去，又爬回来。他说：“你不要走，你不要走。”
你吃饭了吗？
没呢。
This is exactly what I wanted to avoid.
我来看看你。
你们这狗粮撒的。
嗯。
Shall we watch the trailer again to see what game this advertised as?
哦，祥仔经常跟我提起你，
他提我什么？
说你对他特别好，每天都很想你。
他会说这种话？
当然了，你别看他平时憨憨的，其实他心思很细腻的。
天，哥，你们俩是不是经
No,
常
I still have hope that this will get better. This will get better.
对呀。
I'm ready for it to
我
get
妹妹
better.
呀，你忘了？
哦，你妹妹都长这么大了。
对啊。
哎呦
I'm gonna play an hour and
我记得
59 minutes
小
of
时候
this
我还
and then
抱过
refund
你
it.
呢。
All right. A golden dice. Additionally, whenever your final roll reaches 20, it triggers Grand Slam and instantly rewards a golden dice. Don't forget to use the achievement points in your Walkman interface in your backpack to unlock character special abilities. Yeah, okay. Cool dice effect, though. I like it.
你背这么大个小提琴，累不累？
You're carrying such a big violin. Are you tired? And she punches me for it.
哦
I'm feeling
经
happy.
常上网吧来抓你那个就是他呀，戴小牙套那个。
对啊，那时候他还年轻呢，小孩一个，现在上大学了。
摘掉牙套还真是认不出来了。
I guess I wouldn't sell too many copies if it was like, go to work, unload boxes, eat dinner, excitement.
哥，这么点你怎么够吃啊？
没事儿，我又不是很饿的。
想吃不会自己买。
什么说话呢？是你吴毅哥，要喊毅哥。
毅哥。
对嘛？
哎，你也吃啊，小梦。
It worked for Shenmue.
有情绪了。
Well, at least that game had sailors in it.
吃完我有事找你。
什么事儿？
Please don't make me watch this fucker eat. Please don't make me watch this fucker eat the whole time. Let's move on.
哎呀，这吴毅哥又不是外人，你搞那么严肃干嘛呀？说吧，没事儿。
哎呀，就是今天我回家的时候，我看到一堆人。
There were people banging on the door and shouting your name when I got home today.
他们有伤害你吧？
他们没发现我，你认识他们吗？
认识啊，认识啊。
他们是谁啊？
朋友。
你跟他们打架了？
没有啊。
那你就是欠钱了。
哎，没有，小梦，你就不应该担心这事儿。
You didn't borrow from a loan shark, did you? Shh. Oh, God.
你现在的任务是学习，你知道吗？
吴毅
啊，
我哥是不是有什么事情瞒着我？
Wow, that was really sneaky. Good job,
估
guys.
计你哥也有自己的难处吧？
That's exactly what I'm saying, Prexus.
所以他就是欠
It
钱。
started off so promising.
这个。
哥，你快说，咋回事啊？
Help Molly pry for information. Help Sam. Help Molly. Fuck this guy.
就是
Fuck
啊
this jerk
香
off.
仔你看李梦都是20岁的人了，你不能总把他当小孩子啊。
对呀，吴业都说我也不是小孩子了，而且我今年就21了。
Great.
是啊，怎么都是一家人。
Molly increased favorability.
说出来，咱们一起想
And
想
guess
办
what?
法
This guy's
呀
probably went down a little.
哥，你老瞅人家吴毅看干啥呀？
对呀，你老看我干什么呀？我哪知道你怎么回事啊？
哎，都怪那屌毛刘哥。
刘哥，
对啊，
对，就我们主管。
他老找
It's
我代码
Josh's
工
fault, our
没错
supervisor.
然后呢？
然后呢？
有人欠了他2个月钱，然后人现在找上我来了。
对，
我说我不是老板了，然后他说我非得是老板，我说我不是老板，他说我非得是老板，我有什么办法？我也解释不清楚啊。
是啊，他这都算正常的了。之前还有人拿钉子扎了我屁股一下。
Someone even poked my butt with a nail. I almost became
赶
paralyzed.
紧找那个刘哥解释清楚啊！
哎，别担心了，一定会的，交给我。
对，交给他吧。
I'm a pretty patient man, but I'm losing my patience right now. Like, we need to get out of this boring shit and get onto some action soon. Toot sweet. No, if I gave you a poll to quit, every game would be 10 minutes long. And it would cost me $300 every fucking indie day. I have an eye injury, and are you gonna fucking look at what this is cut off? Good luck, happy, permanent, duration eye. Jesus Christ. Translation, I mean, they only need that much space for Chinese characters.
回头跟吴毅说一下。
哎，别到时候生病给我请假，我都算你们旷工啊！
哎，好嘞好嘞。啊，那个刘哥，你看今天是不是该发工资了？
你管好你自己的事儿得了啊。
Okay, so he's asking the boss for money. He said, "I'll send it when it's time, Josh Josh." Or Josh Josh is the boss.
你催什么催呀？我这么大个仓库维护不需要钱吗？我拿钱给你们。 你有这闲工夫，你多跑几趟货。
No, fucker. I got a job. You pay me on time.
那个，我不是这个意思。那个，能不能把那个油费给一下？跑腿怎么说？
你这今天钱的，你就知道钱是不是？
Oh, he's not even paying for the gas money that it costs to pick up deliveries.
你有能耐，你把这些货都搬走，行不行？天毛病。
香仔。
Oh, the font looks like RoboCop.
别生气，刘哥，
It
我
does.
不是那个意思。
It looks like RoboCop. You're right.
李翔是不是在这上班？
Oh, I thought it was a blind guy. I thought he had like a walking stick. Oh, it's gonna ask if I want to help, and I'm gonna say no. A gang of blind men just kicked the shit out of me. Fuck your mother. There we go. This guy looks like he's in charge, although his shoes don't really match his outfit. What do you want from me? They had the suit at Goodwill, but they didn't have any shoes.
干什么吵嚷嚷的？
Yep, not my pig, not my farm.
今天发工资，只要工资一到我手上，我立马就可以还你。
能还你跑什么啊？
你不信的话，你问我们主管。
主管？主管呢？主管？主管呢？主管
！Manager, where's the manager?
你是主管
啊，我是主管。
今天能不能发工资啊？
工资这个事儿吧，我们现在确实经济比较困难。哎，好嘞。
Yep, yeah, no, I don't have any money, sorry.
我没有骗你，刘哥。
Oh, his name is Dozer?
没有骗你，刘哥。
伙子，
Like from the Matrix?
你又骗我！
别搞，没有骗你，给我打！
Dude, he's really channeling that buff Chinese dude from fucking Bloodsport.
何必？
But brick, not hit back. Continue hiding and look for an opportunity later. Stand your ground and distract the attacker. The action choice or the right choice? Oh, well, fuck. Okay. I guess I didn't pick. It picked for me. That one had a timer, I guess. So, yeah.
彪哥，刚刚兄弟们搜过他家了，不过只找到不到200块钱，但是他有个妹妹，是个大。
But he has a sister. How bad of a guy am I? Am I a really bad guy?
喂，等一下！
Oh, yep, a really bad guy.
你们几个，放开我兄弟！
Oh, I am gonna. Okay, you let my brother go. Better roll some dice. Continuous good luck. Feeling happy. Save your strength. So I get a +7 to this roll. To beat a 9, I can do it. Oh, a 9 is a tie is a success. Okay, tie is success. I was wondering. Oh, nice grab, bro. Give me another one. Oh, I gotta beat a 10 now. I can do it. So, +6. So I just gotta roll 4 or higher. Oh yeah, we did it. Dude, I drop kicked him with both feet. Oh, no rolling against this guy. This guy is just, his challenge rating is way too high. I'm making a sound of resistance.
放了小子，
放开！
Oh my god, he actually took an arrow to the knee from the little sister? What the fuck? Where'd she get that?
天经地义，你哥欠我钱还不起。
Now this is what I paid for. Sort of.
30万，啊？
He owes 300,000?
怎么可能？
怎么不可能？
What is that in dollars? Holy shit, he chopped the arrow in half.
彪哥，救我！你再敢乱防线，我就剁了你哥！
不想让你小心脑袋开花，就放了我哥。
彪哥，救我！哎。
I bet he doesn't regret putting points into that feat. The catch arrows feat.
我报的警，你把祥仔放了，不然你们连跑的机会都没有。
走！
你到底会不会开车？快点，快点，快点！已经在快了，老大。啊！我的腿！慢点，慢点，慢点。
I'm not even gonna question where she got the bow and arrow from, really, because like I'm just glad that something actiony happened.
祥仔，
缓一下。
顶住啊，祥仔！
马上到了。
Hang in there, Sam.
我们在外面等你。
Don't worry, she's got a tennis match to get to anyways. Oh, she found stuff in recycled parts, crafted a bow and arrow. Okay.
李江的家属在吗？
我是他妹妹。
你哥哥胸部左侧第3根、第5
The
根肋
third
骨
left
发生了
side
骨
of your
折。
brother's chest.
好
The
在没
third
伤到内
left
脏
side?
手术可以安排在3天之后。
3天之后，怎么会
The
这么？
hospital issued
最
plastic
近爆发了突
baggie.
发性流感，医疗资源紧张，我们已经尽快安排了，请你也理解一下。
好的，谢谢医生。哥，
那你哥哥睡觉时尽量保持平躺，避免大幅度的身体
Keep your
活动。
brother lying flat and avoid vigorous activity.
Are
you okay?
我没事儿。你呢？他们有没有伤害你啊？
我没事。哥，你怎么欠了那么多钱？你还打算继续瞒着我，对吗？
Are they playing the Severance theme song?
所以你打算所有事都自己扛，对吗？啊？好，那我这就去找阿彪问个清楚。
I'll go find Dozer and get to the bottom of this. I will take the problems upon myself.
小梦，哎，小梦，这个事情要怪就怪我吧。这个钱是我借的。
This money, I borrowed it. What?
我借的。
What?
他们为什么不找你，找我哥？
我把季琴的联系。
Okay, why would you say that? She's just gonna be pissed at you for getting your brother fucking almost killed. Why would you do that? I thought you were gonna take the responsibility of paying back the debt, not of telling her that you fucking took it in the first place.
方式和地址留成你哥的了，当时也没想那么多，没想到他们会。
See?
我一直以为
That's not what I thought was gonna
你
happen.
是把他当兄弟，没想到是你一直在演戏。
什么？没事吧，祥仔？
你别乱动了，没事吧？
要不要我喊医生过来？
不需要你在这里假惺惺。我警告
I don't
你，
need your fake
之前的事情你要
concern.
再牵扯到我哥，我不会放过你
You。dragged my brother in the borrowing matter. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we did.
你走啊！我不想再见到你。
Who is this helping?
别在医院里吵吵嚷嚷的，再这样就出去。
李梦，这是医院，你激动什么呀？
他把你害成这样，我怎么不激动？
确实是我的错。
我有点饿了，帮哥去买点吃的吧。
Oh, he's referring to himself in the third person as bro.
要是我哥有个3长2短，我唯你是问。
Nice angle on that skirt, though. That was good.
你这是什么意思啊？我的债我自己还，不用你管。
我没说帮你还啊，我哪来那么
Decent bruise makeup.
嘴炮而已嘛。反正我无所谓啊，我跟你们又不熟，但你们两兄妹相依为命，伤感情就不好了。你不肯跟李梦说，肯定有你的难言之隐，我就背个锅而已，小意思。
I'm just taking the blame. No big deal.
这次算我欠你个人情。
For what?
慢慢还。
What do you owe him? For lying about your debt? That helps nobody.
我们家的经济条件你也知道。
Fun fact: to make the bruises look realistic, they actually beat the shit out of
具体
him.
是因为什么离开？
save some cost there of makeup
好像
artists.
也从来没问过。
我记得在我上高中那会儿的时候，我妈就突然找到了一个医药集团的工作，那会儿特别轻松，钱也特别多。然后我妈就去了，去了之后就再也没回来。
你们没有报案吗？警察怎么说？
报了，在报案之前，那个集团就派人来我们家，把所有证据全部拿走了。我就记得，那个集团的标志是一个小药片。
小药片？还记得什么其他的事情吗？
You remember anything else? No, I'm falling asleep.
记不清了。现在只有李梦陪着我了。李梦是个好丫头，她 他从小就喜欢射箭。
She's liked archery since she was a
有
child.
点天赋。我现在就是希望他能够把所有的注意力全放在这件事上，让我好好生活。
Oh my god, fucking, let's get back to some action. Let's find some other loan sharks to piss off. At least I got to do something.
我想跟你商量一件事儿。
什么事儿？你说。
可不可以让李梦去你家住一段时间？
Can Molly stay at your place for a while? Oh my fucking god, no!
这件事情。
No, she can't. It's just a distraction from the zombie apocalypse that we wanted to fucking see. God damn you, false advertising!
已经把我家已经搜了个底朝天了。他现在回去太怕去了。
那你一个人能行吗？阿贝要是再来找你麻烦怎么办？
怕什么？这医院，他能把我怎么样吗？
What can they do to me in the hospital?
检查的费用
I don't know, find you in the hospital and murder
手术
you?
的费用，我这里确实不够了。一会儿我找刘哥要工资去。
I'll go ask Josh for my wages, which should definitely cover your fucking surgery.
消息了，哎，好像是刘哥的。
不会又是叫咱们加班吧？
李翔，这本来最近公司经营就不好，你还
The
把黑社
company has been doing poorly. You brought gangsters here, and you and Leo are not to come to the company. Oh, so they fired.
意思是
Yep, they both got fired.
靠，那这2个月的工资呢？
就是2个月工资互相给了呗。
操他妈的！我们还没说算工伤呢，他还来劲了。我找他去。
无业，没用的，别去了。
I mean, that's fair, but he still owes me back pay. He still owes me 2 months of salary. So he should pay that.
那你什么意思？就这么算了？
要不咱我去找他，然后跟他好好说说，认个错。
认他妈了个逼！
别像李梦一样，人家小丫头不懂事，你也不懂事啊。
我倒是想到个主意，你把车钥匙拿来。
要车钥匙干嘛？
拿来。
我要做傻事。
Okay, give me the car keys.
能干什么傻事
What am I gonna do with car keys?
你就等着看好戏吧。走了。
Just wait and see the show, he said. Box milk. Oh, here we go. Fucking freezing over. China's freezing over. Here comes the polarized caps apocalypse. Slowly. Literally glacially slowly. Title card drop. Okay. Day 2. I have a Y. My Y is injured. I'm still happy, and I have ood luck. That's permanent.
I want a Sub-Zero mask.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bladder, with 122 months.
午夜，午夜。
你醒了，昨晚睡得怎么样？
挺好的，
这是降温了吗？
要不你来窗边看看。
Okay. Has it cooled down? Yep. It's a snowpocalypse out there. You're finally awake.
对了，午夜，借钱的事情，我哥都跟我说了。你要是觉得实在不爽的话，你就删回我吧。
哦，没事啊，我脸皮厚，你不用在意的。
不行，你这样只会让我更加内疚。你就删我吧。
哎，
你干什么？别发神经。
Do it, you fucking coward! Slap
不
her.
伤我很久了吧？你就扇我吧，我保证不还手。
This is so stupid.
Ow.
Okay, goodwill for her, 40 points. Sure.
这里。
Where? Let me look at my backpack here. Okay. Took out the unlucky doll. Wait, took out the unlucky doll, dice roll -100. Click the gift box again to close. That's the unlucky doll that I made. Okay, good. Eye injury. Oh my fucking god. Did anyone even check this? I have negative effects, but I can't read it. I have severe something. I have an eye injury and severe constipation. Oh, severe injury. 2 days. 1 day, 2 days. I'm feeling good, which is 1 day. Okay. 60 points, 0 points, 10 points. The tall man. Okay. Okay.
还是兰陵湾吗？
活了快30年了，没想到第一次看雪，居然是在这里。
晚上陪我一起堆个雪人吧。
Build a snowman with me tonight. Huh? You're coming back at night?
啊？你晚上还要回来啊？
Oh, there we go. Eye injury, severely injured. Okay, so -2. But I got +4 for continuous good luck and feeling happy. So I got to beat a 9 with a +2. Okay, let's use a golden dice. Okay, I got a success.
哎，我开玩笑的，欢迎你常来啊！
什么叫常来啊？以后我就住这。
What do you mean by coming often?
住，房产证明在你的家上。
准备好了吗？
女士先请吧。
I'm feeling happy.
接到了通知，所有小区从现在起实施封闭式管理，要求咱们。
What is with these skips though?
也不知道给我哥带这些厚衣服够不够啊？
没事，实在不行我再脱几件给他。
虽然天气在变，人心不变，让我们心手相连，共度难关。
苏姐啊
We'll get this together. Okay, Karen.
各家各户东西自己都不够吃，你还让我们上缴，这像话吗？
是啊，这大雪不知道还要下多久，咱们家能有点吃的不容易呀。
So guys, my dad wanted to be in the game. Can he just have like a little bit part? Oh, you do have the perfect part for him? Oh, guy with groceries in the crowd? Okay, he'll be happy with that. That's fine. Yeah, put my dad in the game. Thank you. It'll get him off my back. Also, oh, damn it. No, not that one. This one. This one's for you, Navier.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
Okay.
首先，这不是上缴。
First of all, this is not a surrender. We're helping each
不
other.
是强争强要。其次，我理解大家的心情，但现在是非常时刻，要是东西不够，大家赶紧在外卖软件上购买。
嗨，苏姐啊，你这一看就是平时养尊处优惯了。
You've lived a life of luxury and ease.
怎么下单呢？
这是上面下来的指令，请大家务必配合。
Everyone cooperate.
有个功德本，捐的
I have
多
a
的
merit
我都会记
ledger
下来
here.
雪灾过后必有嘉奖， 谁要是不服从上面的安排，之后我也会上报。到时候你们自己的孩子受到影响，可别来怨我。
大家抬头不见低头见的，你说他们没吃，咱能看着他们不管吗
So basically, they're gonna try socialism.
这些东西也不值钱，也就是一些吃的喝的，也就这2天特殊情况罢了。
对嘛？还是那句话，全凭自愿。咱们大家
It's entirely voluntary,
同舟共济
but you must do it.
共度难关。
Who let that little girl walk through the crime scene? Also, goddamn, that dog is dead. Jesus Christ. Yo, Jack, thank you for the 134 months.
这是德润集团 CEO 马总。哦，那我打个电话可以吗？打什么电话？这是你领导上面的领导。马总现在要出去办事儿，要是被你们拦着，追究责任起来，你们担得起吗？
你忙你的，你忙你的。哎呀，不好意思，不好意思，小杨的信来的，不知道啊。你跟马总解释解释啊。
Oh, that's the guy from the trailer with the fucking flamethrower looking actiony.
赶紧挪开，开，往这边开，快点，阿姐。
That's what I thought, Navir. I thought I was being racist when I was like, that guy looks like Hero from Heroes. But I didn't say it out loud because I thought people would be like, oh, you think they all look the same?
哎，你们现在
No.
啊？为什么？
为什么？现在有流感，你不知道吗？
那刚才那个人为啥能出去啊？
对呀。
你跟人家能一样吗？人家是领导。
那我不是这个小区的，我回自己家不行吗？
现在上面有严格规定，禁止人员
Strict regulations, no wandering
既可以
allowed.
出去不行。
那家里没吃的了怎么办？
没吃的点外卖。
一直点外卖也不是个事儿啊，大爷。你们这要放到啥时候？
等通知。你们呐，就老老实实待着吧。赶紧回去。
No, it's gonna happen. We're gonna have another action scene very soon. I'm sure of it. This is just exposition.
都爆满了。
We're setting up. Okay, so they are closing down the compound of apartments. No food deliveries in or out. No people wandering in and out either. So they're shutting everything
部
down.
门最新发布的监测数据，兰陵湾昨晚遭遇了极端的低温天气，
Okay,
气
low
温持续走
temperatures,
低
and
未
they're
来几天的
continuing to
气温
drop.
可能会降至零下40度左右。请大
Oh,
家
drop
提
to
前做
minus
好
40
防寒保暖准备
Celsius.
接下来由议员 Dick Bow 先生详细阐述应对措施。
Councilman Dick Bow.
鉴于当前流感形势严峻，我们强烈
His name
建议
is
各位
Dick
居民
Bow.
尽量留在家中，减少外出。同时，我们已经派遣了专业的防控人员前往所有小区，开展全面的防控工作。
Okay.
一切都在可控的范围之内。
Everything is within controllable range.
哥他一直都不接电话。
Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to you, racist. Yeah, well, everybody's a little bit racist. Josh the boss.
小吴，你看看，不就是给你们晚结了几天工资，你至于吗？
那你自己说说，晚了多少天？
是有个把个月了，那你们也不能直接把仓库的货拿走啊！
You can't just take the goods from the warehouse. Oh, I stole the goods from the warehouse, right?
哎，不是，我说拿你们就真拿呀！现在是法治社会，你这叫偷！我说你再不还回来，我就报警抓你啊！
那太好了，顺便再叫上劳动局。
Yeah, call the labor bureau and ask for my back pay. You fucking shyster.
怎么这么多好吃的？
Cicely gifting a sub to Hero from Heroes. Thank you, Cicely.
那是人家设的套，就你上套了。
I swear to God, like 25% of my subs are just joke subs from you weirdos. Like I can look at like hundreds of subs are just like Zeke's fat ass, Hero from Heroes, you racist. Like I bet I could look down my sub list and just see all of those. Like, fuck's sake, dude. Zeke's left nut. Do you know the owner of this phone? He is dying. 5 inches. 8 inches. Oh, wait.
吴毅兄弟，吴毅兄弟。
Oh.
你突然喊那么大声干什么？
你是谁？吴毅兄弟，你在哪儿？
兄弟，你这年纪都能当他爸爸了吧？
Oh my God! Here it comes. 6P giving a sub to Shut Up and Like It. Crimson Cage is giving a sub to you weirdos. And Cicely gifting a sub to Zeke's left ball. Excellent. Thanks, guys.
听好了，他受伤了，现在正在被救护车送往兰陵医院。
怎么回事？发生什么事了？
Leo, brother, we are at Marina Hospital. Have you been discharged from the hospital? It will be another 2 days. That's soon. Congratulations. Alas, nothing to congratulate. Josh urges every day. Once discharged, I'll have to work like a beast of burden again. How come you guys are here? Haha, then please congratulate me. I'm pregnant. Call ended. I'll tell you, this is the most direct, no nonsense, straight to the point way. Your wife's low white blood cell count in routine blood tests, worsening anemia, extremely high D-dimer, and abnormally low something during pregnancy are normal phenomena. They may be related to hormonal fluctuations of her physical constitution and generally do not require special treatment. Look, I asked the AI, and these are all normal phenomena. Oh well, you better listen more to the doctor. Fred, I've been trying to lose weight recently, and there's too much food at home. Could you help me get rid of some? Leo, bro, the weather has changed. Suddenly changed so drastically. Aren't you scared? I heard there's also the flu. The whole neighborhood is locked down. Keep your food if you have any. Leo, bro, the weather has suddenly changed so oh, yeah, he said it twice. I have plenty of food here. We're both sending it twice now. What the fuck is with these double messages? Don't mess around, bro. Many people have no food stored at home now. If the neighbors see it, they confiscate it at all your food and take it to the council. Shuffled out Gases with a gifted sub to cunt farts. See? Hundreds of them, I bet. From month to month. I'm gonna grab some salt and Vinny, some dill pickle chips.
大门口没有人了。
行，我这边也快收拾好了。
哎，这份是给谁的呀？喂，哥，你没事吧？
我能有什么事儿啊？今天白天医院来了
Many epidemic prevention and control personnel came to the hospital.
做了检查，我就没来得及看手机。不过医院突然空出来好多房间。
Suddenly, many rooms became vacant in the hospital.
我今天本来打算给你带些厚衣服的。
I was gonna bring you some thick clothes today.
疯了，谁也出不去。
哎，不用担心我，我这边有空调呢，热乎得很。
Very
你在家里好好待
You
着。
stay at home and behave. Sure to listen to Leo.
别给他添麻烦。
And don't cause him trouble.
那怎么办？你穿的还是夏天的衣服啊。
2 gifted subs, 1 to Queefer Sutherland, and another to pregnant Adam Sandler. Fuck's sake, guys. Jesus Christ. Leo, this hospital is very wrong. You must not come. Molly, take care of him, brother. What the fuck? What exactly happened?
小萌，听话行吗？
Do they got dill pickle chips down in Austin? Yeah, but I don't really care for them.
哎，你今天说的话还算数吗？
算，但你得先陪我去个地方。
Okay, you need to come with me somewhere.
孩子还没出生呢，让他和你一块挨饿呀。
好了，别生气了，秀秀。一点菜而已。
Don't be angry, Martha.
大不了我明天再出去买。
Be happy, Martha.
小区都封了，你上哪儿买去啊？
咱们是不是来的不是时候啊？
没事儿，你在这儿等我就行。
A question I've asked many times, am I coming at a bad time?
谁呀？
And the answer is almost always yes.
哎呦，福义兄弟，快进来，快进来。
What is this? I don't give a shit about any of these people.
你看看咱们正做饭
I
呢。
don't care about you or your family.
福哥，
哎呀，兄弟，收不得，收不得。
哎呀，
你
谢
看看你
谢谢谢。吴一呀，你那屁股好了没有？
哎，早好了，秀姐，那都1个月前的事儿了。
来，进来，尝尝姐洗血
God
手
damn
艺
it.。Another gifted sub to Chinese Piss Play.
你咋出去呀？你要
I don't want to know what that is. I don't want to know. Okay, action part. Here we go. We're sneaking out. We're gonna roll some dice. Surely.
你要记住人，别记车牌儿。像马总这样的人呐，以后你千万可别再记差了。
走吧。
马总，到底怎么来的？ 别瞎搞。你记住，这整个小区呀、都是责任集体。
我有个问题想问你。
What? Now you have a question to ask me now?
为什么人人都知道你屁股的事情啊？
Does everyone know about your butt?
好的，兄弟。
The nail in the butt that almost paralyzed me. Thank you, Runting, for giving a sub to Cool Ranch Davidian.
吴一，快点推我上去！
你们干什么？啊！
吴一，
有人翻墙逃跑，赶紧过来，赶紧过来！
现在全市大防控，不能出小区。
这话你怎么不对马总说？
你们要是出去了
I can beat the shit out of these guys. These guys are just
谁来
just
负责？
civilians.
干你们屁事儿！我们自己负责。小梦，别管他。
Don't you grab her! I will grab you! I have a +5 -2, so +3. To beat an 8, I got it. No problem. Let's go. Got a golden dice, let's go. Okay, now I gotta beat an 8. So I gotta get a 5 or higher. 75% chance, let's go. I'm ready. Let's go. Yeah, snow shovel to the face. Target score of 11. All right, I'm gonna use golden dice on this one. I had a bad feeling about it. This is what happens when you mention my butt stuff. Ow, my butt! He hit me in my butt wound.
你负责个屁呀！你们出去的有个3长2短，我们怎么交代？
小吴，
任姐，
雷叔，小吴呀是我隔壁邻居，他们年轻人呀容易冲动，你别跟他们一般见识。
我当然不会了，赶紧送。
小吴，我看你现在是不语法语词的严重程度。
Candy
姐带
for
你科普。
rescuing me. That was a fun.
任姐跟你俩求情，要再有下次
They let some kanji in there that time.
统统抓起来。
嘿，刚才多谢了，任姐。哇，任姐，
哇，
穿这么少，小心生病
Oh
啊！
man, careful not to get
我呀
sick. Being dressed so lightly.
身上烫的不要不要的，要不你摸下。
Her body is so hot. Touch it.
我看看。
Touch that body.
哎呦，真的好烫哎！
She's definitely sick. She's gonna zombie out.
好了，等下你女朋友生
We're
气
gonna
了
have some zombies soon, I swear.
没事，我来
I know it. I feel it.
你男朋友除了偶尔有点不正经，其实还是挺有绅士风度的。
姐，你误会了。
Classy Katie with the rating. I hope you guys had a good time playing Elden Ring today.
哦，是吗？
Come
那你们
on
为什么
back.
同居啊？
We're playing a
姐
apocalypse zombie thing, but it's not happened yet. So you probably came at the right time
还挺沉。
对呀，我不
for
是在
the
德国工
zombies
作
to
吗
start appearing
就怕
because
人
we've been
从
playing
身
this
上要
for what?
要不然啊
A little over an hour now.
哎，呸呸
We
呸！
still haven't seen any zombies yet,
有什么事情需要帮忙的
except in the first scene. But I was playing a video game.
好啊，我有需要一定找你。
Can't believe we've been playing this for an hour and we haven't gotten any zombies yet.
你也发烧啦？脸这么红，
真不知道，我哥怎么会认识你这样的人？
我咋了
And this bitch keeps hitting me. But the freeze has come. So the apocalypse is happening now. We are locked down in our apartment building. We can't leave.
哎，磊呢？他也住这个小区吗？
吴毅，
Go away, Peyton.
哎，等会儿。
吴毅，
哎，马上。
吴毅，
哎，
望远镜不是给你用来偷窥用的。
我是在找出去的路。
That's what every telescope is for. Don't tell me what a telescope
以
is
后你也不
for.
用睡沙发了，我走了。
啊？你走了？这么晚你一个人要去哪？
不用你管，就不劳你费心了。
不行，我答应了你哥，要把你看好了。
我不需要你的照顾。如果你只是怕得罪我哥的话，你大可以说我偷偷溜走的。反正这也是我会做的事情。
不行，我不能让你出去，而且你也没法出去啊。
不要你管。
小梦
，Molly，
你别老这么任性了，行吗
？Can you stop being so willful？
小梦，
那你不能好好说话吗？这么凶干嘛？
我不是故意的。
那你去找你的任姐啊，反正她成熟稳重。
什么
？Again with the Severance music.
哦
God damn it! That's like the 7th time she's hit me, and I haven't hit her back
抱
once.
歉，小梦，这大晚上的太危险了，就算你出得去，我也没法放心啊。咱们明天再想想办法吧。
Was my eye bleeding?
你的额头又破了吗？
Oh, did your forehead break again?
又崩开了。
快去把药箱拿来。
You made my forehead bleed, you bitch.
哦，那你不出去了吧？
废话那么多干嘛？快点去。
Man, my forehead breaks. It's annoying how often my forehead breaks. Mischievous
你是想让任姐
music.
给你上药吗？
哦。嗷！啊！
忍着点儿，还没擦完呢。
哦。
好了，好好睡觉了。
我想问你一个问题。
别问。
你是不是生气了？
没有啊，我怎么可能生你的气呢？是吧，兄弟？
那你早点休息吧。你想睡房间还是睡客厅啊？
哎，你刚刚是真的在关心我，还是只是在完成我哥给你的任务？
你说刚才你要走的时候吗？
Just move on. Just move on. I'm long regarded you as my own little sister. There we go.
怎么能说是任务呢？我早都把你。
Let's friend zone her. Let's sister zone her right now. I got a golden dice.
我要去睡觉。
I made the right choice.
你快点走开。
哦，你不会再偷偷溜出去吧？
不会，你就放心吧。我现在就要脱衣服睡觉了。你要是不走的话，我就告诉我哥。
你又不是裸睡，你怕什么？
我是啊，我平时都是裸睡的。
I usually sleep naked. No, you don't.
3、2、
I will help count down.
1。臭流氓大
I'm feeling happy.
没救了。
I'm a big pervert.
飞机场有什么好看的？
你说什么
What's there to see at an airport? What was that translation? What's there to see at an airport? Oh, because she's flat, like a runway. Okay. Why do I have a purse in my backpack?
可兰的包包吗？这是什么？哎！啊，我受伤了。你就老老实实睡客厅吧。
Just sleep in the living room obediently. Okay. I'm gonna put a clock on this. I'm gonna give this like 20 more minutes and then we'll switch games, so go vote. Okay, so I still have a Y injury and a Yi injury. My Yay is injured. I still have Ood Luck. I'm Ing Happy. And I have their hood. Those are my buffs. Nice. Okay. What up, Max?
哎，搞什么啊？
Good morning, comrades. Yesterday I said it was. Oh, hey, by the way, do you want to do some? Do you want to do a round of golfing tomorrow? After drop frames, I could golf. I've been too happy lately. I need something to put me in my place and make me depressed again. So, if you want to go out golfing tomorrow. Good morning, comrades. Yesterday I said it was a voluntary donation of supplies, but as a result, I stood in the neighborhood all day and only a few comrades took the initiative to come forward and hand over supplies. From today onwards, everyone must uniformly hand over supplies to the community council building. This is the council's decision. Don't forget, the hardship is only temporary. We'll all still be living in this neighborhood afterwards, seeing each other all the time. If you don't cooperate, you'll bear the consequences. Thanks, Karen. Perhaps we shall, yes indeed. Okay.
哎呀，哇，好香啊！早啊，小梦。
早啊。
What are you cooking? Oh, just for you? That's great for a house guest to cook something just for themselves. Thanks.
想吃
Thanks for thinking of me. Oh, wait a minute. You did make me something?
No.
You made me breakfast obediently. That's an obedient looking breakfast right there. Good job.
喂，怎么这么咸？
呀，咸了吧？哎，你等一下，去给你倒杯水。
Oh my god, there's far too much eating in this zombie apocalypse fucking action FMV game.
喝吧。
Oh, they make metal sporks. They're for camping. I shit in it.
便宜吗？那我一下
I
你占
shit
个
in
够
your morning coffee, by the way.
我也没占到你啥便宜呀、
What? Karen?
小吴，群里的消息你看到了吧？打算今天什么时候过来交物资啊？
I'm not. Oh, okay.
他怎么知道我们家有物资啊？
Just took forever. Oh my fucking god.
平时看你那瘦不拉几
Usually you look so skinny and you skip community activities. That's the one thing. But now it's a critical time with so many neighbors watching. Isn't this a good chance to make up for your past mistakes? And now we wait again. Right here, pop up. Give me a pop up. Pop it up. Here it is. Gonna chime in. At some point, she's gonna pop right in, right there it is. Oh, I heard the sound. Oh, okay, now I get a reply.
苏姐啊，我就是
Okay, Karen, I only became thin from hunger because I didn't have much to eat. I always order takeout, so where would I have any supplies at
哪来的
home?
物资啊？
Release to send voice. I have released everything. Holy fucking shit. What is with this?
不用跟我装穷。
Leo, don't pretend to be poor with me. The night before last, I saw with my own eyes that you moved a lot of things from the car into your house, right? Right?
原来是这样啊。
那些不是吃的。
Those aren't for eating. They're protein powder for building muscle. I've been planning to work out recently.
我最近正打算健身呢。
Yep, gifted sub from Vincent to Jabated. Oh, fuck me.
跟你好好说话不行了是吧？我管你是白
Leo,
面
can't I talk to you nicely anymore? I don't care if it's just white powder or flour. Just bring it to me immediately. If you continue to disobey arrangements, I'll write it down right away. Once I submit the record, your next 3 generations will be affected.
苏姐，你这真是高看我了。我
We
女
don't
朋
need
友
to
那么
see
一
this.
个，要不你
We
先
don't
给我
need
分个
subtitles
稿
for this
呗
one. This whole section needs work, y'all. We need to figure this part out. Need to pick up some cues and maybe get a translation for this particular line, maybe. I don't know. I feel like you need to commit seppuku for suggesting this. Koi, there was 3 people who suggested this. And I was excited personally because of that trailer. We're going to watch the trailer again after we fucking nix this game so we see what we got fooled by. Because the trailer looked awesome. This is just dumb, stupid bullshit. And this part in particular is just broken. It's just broken. Look at how broken this is. Fuck's sake, dude. I'm just curious how long this is going to take to send this fucking message. This is fucking hilarious, man. What is happening? I'm releasing. I'm releasing. Oh my god. Fucking dude. Dude. Is there any reviews of this in English? Yep. I need help. I'm on the phone seeing where it says release voice and I don't know how to do it.
What are you?
Thumbs up though. Thumbs up.
Batman.
I'm Batman. Thank you, Cicely. Yeah. Yep, with Karen from Community. Look at this. I'm stuck at day 4 chatting with Karen from Community. Why? Developer, please fix this issue ASAP. So this is a fucking known issue. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it did. Hold on. That thing had. There. Change to Chinese language for the conversation. It will work. Stuck at phone 2. You need to scream in the mic. Okay. All right. Let's see. Is it close? It's almost close. Let's see. I will give you until 18 after the hour. So about 30 seconds if you haven't voted yet. It's kind of close between RPG and Forklift. So I'll give you 30 seconds to vote. And if you haven't voted yet, do so now. Because we're getting close. 20 more seconds. Yes, 84 to 81 is almost close. Yes, it is close. 3 votes is pretty close. I just want to see if you guys tie it up and make it stupid again. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, refresh. Okay. Wow. Switch sides. Look at that. I'm still refreshing. 4 votes. How close is it? 3 votes now. 2 votes. 3 votes. 4 votes. People are changing on the fly. And now it's tied. All right. Let's do the greatest remake of the greatest RPG of all time. All right. And we will take it off the list and now reset the poll. All right, resetting the poll. Go vote again. For the people who are still here, you get a vote. Your votes matter. For the people who still want to vote and are still here. But for now, we're going to play the greatest remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. Okay. Install. Oh, so, okay, 6. Okay, cool. All right. All right, let me change some stuff here. There we go. Bingo.
Right there. Stop. That's why what we're remaking worked. There's a reason we called it the greatest RPG of all time.
What, dude, what the fuck is happening here? Oh, god damn you, Chrome. Why you suck so bad? Or it's Twitch. One of them. One of them sucks real bad. It's either Chrome or Twitch, and both are equally suspect. Here. Okay. A deduction puzzle game set in the last hour of a lost 90s JRPG, complete with original manual, director's commentary, and clips of an unreleased amateur documentary, all used to uncover the secret at the heart of it all. What is the greatest RPG of all time? This came out 2 days ago, developed and published by CoinDrop Games. Lucas Emmanuel Jukobi and Kyle Chong. It is $16.19. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I'll refund it after the show. I don't do my account shit on screen. Contains content that may be harmful. Oh, photosensitivity warning. Photosensitivity warning. And flashbang warning, apparently. Oh, they're chairs. Oh, okay. The remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. What are my options? Okay, good. Full screen. Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay. Accessibility? Okay, turn off screen shake. Okay. All that looks fine to me. All right. Before we get into this, I'm just gonna go pee. I'm just gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Had to help my wife get some boxes out to the car because she's helping Bethany move and stuff and get boxes packed up. So sorry about the long break, but here we are. We're back. Let's go, Soiled Wig.
Thank you for accepting my automated payment.
You're welcome. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 6-7 months. Let's go. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I think that might be the point. Oh, okay, yeah. Nothing does anything. You go do something, skeleton guy. I didn't know I could change characters. What the fuck is going on? Time is off. Time is up. Load save or log off. I guess let's load save. Game saved. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, created win? 129.24. Okay.
Hi, I'm Lucas Emanuel. I'm the director of the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the developer's commentary for the remake of the greatest RPG of all time.
Okay.
Hopefully you've already had a chance to experience the rest of the greatest RPG of all time. To interact with the commentary node, simply walk into it and it should begin playing. If you need to revisit a commentary node, or simply want to listen to it again, you can access it in your Remake UI menu. If you have any further questions, or simply want to reach out, you can reach us at coindropgamescontact@gmail.com. Thank you, and please enjoy the game.
Okay. Chrono Army. Okay. I mean, this game should work with a controller. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I can beat those guys. This is all your fault, you know? You and that little robot. Jacob, are you here to save us from the Chronomancer? You inform her that nobody can stop the Chronomancer, not anymore. Yeah. Answer me, traveler, in order to pass. This test I present, these queries I ask. Should you fail, I cannot be to blame. Regarding the robot, what is its name? It's definitely Jacob. An answer you have given, that much is true. The question I ask, oh, I asked it to you. But wait, if you've been fooled, I pray you be not. In what location was there not a gift bot? Human Village 2995 AD. Yet another answer. I hope you're quick on your feet. Tests of literature and social mayhaps you have beat. Now comes the last. By far it's the best. In the upper left room prior, how many chests? 3? Perhaps some of those were right, or maybe none of them were true. Either way, you got something wrong. This calls for a redo. Fuck you. I'm gonna log off. Oh, please, won't you find my brothers? Wow. One is in the human village of 2995 AD, and another's in the Castaway Cove? I cannot believe that is where they went. Thank you, Jacob. Sticking a knife, bad axe, kindness, the darling destroyer, timber axe, axe chucker's revenge, engraved rapier, antenna, hidden blade, silver sword, swordfish, dog and gun, shino ball, your favorite laser, iron handle, plastic handle. Jesus Christ. A dream. Okay. Did you guys see lockpicks? Oh, a small key. There you go. Damn it! Nice camera angle, dipshits. I don't know what the fuck's happening. You want Texas? Well, I'll give you Texas. Yeah! There you go. There's Texas for you. Oh, I can just log off from anywhere? Okay, good. Okay.
Okay, write that one down. We don't want people going into the tip.
Escal extending for 35 months. What is happening? Oh, you're after oh SpongeBob. Oh right, I forgot about that one.
Hey Patrick, what am I now?
Stupid?
No, I'm Texas.
What's the difference?
There you go. There you go.
So we all ended up in the same college and sports, and we put on a team together. The same ideas that original meme spawned just kept coming up over and over and over. And ultimately, we looked to our left, we looked to our right. We saw there were no circle software around, and we thought, what if we did it? What if we remade it?
For support with the product, call the Circles Soft helpline. Is that a real number? Vincent giving a sub to Rootin' Tootin' Sluggin' Jootin'.
So, development started in January of 2010. The original game was something that Jacob and I had bonded over. In fact, it was probably the only thing we had bonded over. So, when we both ended up in the
Basic controls. The controller is the first key to stop mastering. First key step to mastering the world. It's firmly on with the thumb resting over the buttons and D-pad. Okay. The story. The village of Smalton, Rose Rynan longs for adventure. Then, during the Festival of Ages, the metal fragment her father passed down begins to glow. Suddenly, she is transported into the distant past, the time of high seas and scoundrels. It isn't long before time itself begins to crumble, and Smalton, throughout the ages, folds in on itself. Rose and newfound companion Captain No Beard are brought to the robot factory, the human village 2995 AD, and the mysterious castle of the Red King. Rose and her newfound friends must claim each shard. Elevator to the end, levers. The mystic maiden, the robot factory, Belson's house, I don't know. Our hero will face many trials, few greater than the heedless forces of the Chronomancer's army. Chronobat, weak fire. Chronopede, weak vertical. Lorne, rival to Benson, an unwilling herald of the ageless age of the Chronomancer. Rotate enemy, rotate attack. Chronocube, weakness, electricity. It looks like I'm supposed to use that red thing to look over stuff.
right there. Stop. That's what it's like. You're so right. Okay, write that one down.
Oh.
We don't want people going into the tip.
Look at that. I can see it over there. So wait a minute. I do have to go into the game. Why is it telling me Y prompt?
Hi, I'm Lucas Emanuel. I'm the director of the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the developer's commentary for the remake of the greatest RPG of all time. Hopefully you've already had a chance to experience the rest of the greatest RPG of all time.
Oh my fucking god.
To interact with the commentary node, simply walk into it and it should begin playing. If you need to revisit a commentary node, or simply want to listen to it again,
no, I don't want to listen to it again.
In your remake UI menu,
I want to go up the ladder,
or simply want to reach out. You can reach us at coindropgamescontact@gmail.com. Thank you, and please enjoy the game.
Okay, so this is, I must have come down here. Yeah, I gotta answer the robot's questions. And then I gotta fucking listen to this.
I'm Lucas Emanuel.
Fucking dipshit again. Thank Christ, okay. You leave the room, he stops. Good. Solo moves. Rose Ryan. Rose is a powerful melee fighter mixing axe-based combos with magic. Oh, there's... Okay, different orders have different effects. So if I do the swirly axe, I get an electric effect. Okay. Okay, one is in the Human Village and the Castaway Cove. I am Jacob.
I did not jack off into my pants because I don't have jack.
Thank you, Illumination. So there are 3 chests. And they have a Y prompt that appears above them, but I don't know what the fuck to use. Okay. Okay. I don't know why that didn't work for me last time. I got the party potion. Okay, so there are 3 chests. I know where the gift bots are hanging. I just don't know the name. I'm Jacob. Okay. And what location was there not a gift bot? Okay. The robot factory. I knew that. Okay. 3 chests. Ah, you did it. You've done it. Oh my, what fun. You passed the test, and my goodness, you've won.
As a kid, I would always have to take notes in games like this. Oftentimes, the manual would be extremely helpful, but I'd still need to use a notebook or some additional way to record my thoughts as I played through the game.
Me too, bro.
One of the hardest things to translate from the greatest RPG of all time were the Sokoban-style block-pushing puzzles. It required a lot of iteration to make them work in 3D the same way they do in 2D, and their difficulty has been preserved to the best of our ability. Why don't you give this one a shot?
Did I do it? Did I win? There we go. Okay, so I can do, all right. And this guy is weak to electric. Okay, so I have to do, in order to do electric attack, I have to do a swirl, blade. Okay. Swirl, blade. Okay, so I flame that guy. There we go. Oh, I didn't kill him though. Okay. Thanks. Okay. The fuck? It doesn't? Okay. So I can't heal? Okay, sure. Okay, I got a page for Captain No Beard. There you go. Residing in the Marimba ruins, the skeletal scallywag was killed centuries ago, but now finds himself revived to adventure one more in your party. Perhaps he can make an undeath worth living. Okay. I can read, I swear to God. Lassie, are you for real? He nodded the old coot and reached through the bars of the cage. For the first time in 1,000 years, the two of you grasp hands. A soft sob breaks the tension as tears roll from the captain's empty ducts. I thought we lost ye, lassie. After all ye forgave me for. Aye, 'tis true. We be barely a crew at all. We kinda just go around fighting fools. And I, in my prior life, did not have gallant exploits of legend. I was but a lowly ship cook. He looked Nobeard sternly in his eyes and empty eye sockets. What matters is who you are now. You get the feeling that everything will be okay. I overheard the password. They said it's the same name as me hometown. Marimba Ruins. After all this time. Lassie, it'd be good to be back with ye. Captain No Beard has rejoined the party. God damn it. Okay, what do I do with this guy? Okay, I guess we leave him for now. Lad! No beard? Wait.
No, wait, no. We gotta do a different one. No beard? Jacob? This does not compute.
Lad, it'd be us. Give Robert the stew. Give Robert the stew now. You had Robert the fresh can of robot stew. The smell of battery acid and motor oil, wafts through as Robert inhales the can.
How hard it must have been for you, Jacob, not to eat this for 10,000 years.
The robot factory.
Hello, Jacob. I am trapped in here. Do not be so sad. I have fulfilled my purpose, and it hurts my friends.
You shake your head. You tell the little robot no. Why wouldn't we save you again? Lad. Captain Ober's fist slammed into the wall. You're coming with us whether you like it or not.
You are looking for the password, correct? I have heard that it is my birthday.
Ugh, not this again.
No, really, it is my birthday.
Every day. I don't get it. His birthday's every day. That's fun. Lad, it's so good to have ye back. Robert the robot has rejoined the party. As the crew approaches, they are shocked to see Darkheart's face. What was once the most attractive of the four of them, by a wide margin, was now clouded with eyes mired in sadness, darkness, and eyes. Whatever I've gone through is nothing compared to Darkheart. Let's just forget him. There you go, buddy.
Rose, where are you? I just defeated that Chrono Beast and his army and all the other guys.
Sorry, Darkheart. I was too overcome with emotion to help.
Don't worry, I can take on the emotions for both of us, he thought dramatically.
The answer is 17. Hi. Darkheart has rejoined the party. Oh, look, that table has no collision. That's fun. Ugh. Not what? The end. Damn it. Is there any way you can find the Noita VOD? That's a good question. Is it not in the, it's not in our VODs? It's not in my past broadcast VODs? Scott may not have published them yet. Yeah, recent broadcast, yeah, right there. Oh, it's timestamped weird, but you can just go back to the beginning. Oh, okay. So we got a video now.
That's where the colliders.
Oh, this is the video we were listening to, but we couldn't see it.
Write that one down. We do not want people going into the dev room.
Wait, what? Hold on. Go back. Do that again.
Right there. Stop. That's where the collider's missing.
You're so right. Okay, write that one down. We do not want
Right
people
by the
going
save
into
spot,
the
there's a
dev room.
collider missing for going into the dev room. And they're playing Mario All-Stars. Why aren't we playing Mario All-Stars?
So, development started in January of 2024. The original game was something that Jacob and I had bonded over as kids. In fact, it was probably the only thing we had bonded over as kids.
And a tunic shirt.
So when we both ended up in the same college game design course, we were put on a team together, the same ideas that original game had spawned just kept coming up over and over and over again. And ultimately, we looked to our left, we looked to our right, we saw there were no Circle Soft lawyers around, and we thought, what if we just did it? What if we remade the greatest RPG of all time?
This is a fake documentary for the game that we are playing right now. There it is. The dev room. Okay. I don't have whatever it takes to open red chest yet, so. There we go. Okay. What else we got? The Chrono Beast. Oh, that's the last bad guy. The Scourge of Chronopolis and champion of the arena, the Chrono Beast harbors a fearsome secret. Oh, okay. So there's the combination for fighting him. Axe, ray gun, sword, telephone, fire, lightning. Ah, yet again at this, the end of the game. A question I asked of your subtle shame. An answer, I think, shall ye soon appear. You started playing this file in which calendar year? 2024. An answer, oh an answer. True or not a delight. But what name bears the beast? At game start you did fight. The Chrono Beast. Let your resolve not crumble, stay resolute as before. At last, the final challenge. Do you really want to know more? Yes. Okay. You four?
Oh.
Arr. Yo. I thought I told you that I never ever want to see your faces again! You demand Lauren hand it over. No! My head is a camera. Bummer, dude. And it's all your faults. Jacob, No Beard, Robert, and especially yours. You won't escape this time. What the fuck is happening? No, I didn't. Oh, I fucking ended my turn. Oh, I can't play any other characters? Okay, sure. they are not hitting me for enough to make a difference here.
Right there. Stop. That's where the line is.
So, okay.
No, I did learn a combo, but nothing was working. Like my fire wasn't working. Like nothing was working because I was glitched out. Like I tried to do fire on the guys that were weak to fire and it wasn't firing. What the fuck? Okay. Do I still get to look at my... Okay, I can. Okay.
You're so right. Okay, write that one down. We don't want people going into the test.
Axe, ray gun, sword.
Started in January of 2024. The original game was something that Jacob and I had bonded over. In fact, it was
Telephone, fire, lightning.
so when we both ended up in the same college game sport, when we put on the team together, the same ideas that original game had spawned just kept coming up over and over and over. And ultimately, we looked to our left, we looked to our right. We saw there were multiple soft lawyers around, and we thought, what if we just did it?
Another video.
What if we remade the greatest RPG? We're sure this wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
No, this wasn't in the demo. This is massive spoilers.
Well then, where did this guy get all this stuff? Did we tweet out the source code?
Wait, he made us a store page.
Jacob, platform support says they can't take it down.
Dude, someone made a store page for a game. They made a trailer for a game. And they're gonna sell it for $17.99.
Because we technically don't own this game, none of the store pages will take it down. And what's worse, we can't stop the person from accessing it because we have no idea how they're getting it in the first place.
In other words, we're screwed.
Okay.
We're sure this wasn't in the showcase? We didn't put it in the demo or something?
No, this wasn't in the demo. This is massive spoilers.
Well then, where did this guy get all this stuff? Did we tweet out the source code?
Dude, he made us a store page.
Jacob, platform?
What is... Okay. What the fuck is happening?
Okay, write that one down. We don't want people going into the test.
Huh? You really like this one? Great pick. I'm still on the fence a little bit.
January of 2020.
I'm not sure, kind of not sure what's going on a little bit. Like, I get what's going on. It's very meta, but it's meta not outside of the game meta. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, it's a puzzle game, yeah. It's not a real RPG, it's a puzzle game. Okay. Fuck me. Okay. The combo was spin blade for this guy. So spin blade. Yeah, see, it's glitched out, so it's not working. And these guys are supposed to be weak to fire. Yeah, see, 0. Let's just try all the symbols. See if one of them hits. Oh, there we go. The spin hits. Okay, so it must be like the opposite side, perhaps. Let's just do all 4 of them and see if anything happens. I doubt it. I know that doesn't do anything. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, none of those. Shut up! Shut up! Left, down? Sure, we'll try that. So it's not, I tried X spin, or I mean I tried X spin. Maybe down, left. Lorne. Oh, rotate enemy, rotate attack. Oh, so I gotta rotate it once around? So if I rotate it once around, spin X. So it would be down, right. If I rotate it clockwise. Left, down, okay. Oh, there it is. Yep, there we go. That does the combo. Okay. So it rotates it once to the left. Mirrors it. Oh, okay. Left, down, yeah, mirrors it. There you go, okay. Do it one more time. There you go, okay. We did it! Hopefully there's a save book coming up. Hey, save book, look at that. Perfect. Oh, they get their health back at the end of each battle. Okay, that's good. A solar fragment. Well, what's that? Did you guys see it? I didn't see it. Oh, no. Must be a quest item. Yeah, quest item, I'm guessing. Oh, God, stop it. I like that we have a sourdough starter, though. That's nice. The plaque reads, "The Chronomancer stood eternal." You shiver. It's hurt.
It cannot be.
Angelica, you seal your resolve. We don't have a choice. Axe, gun, sword. And then telephone, fire, lightning. Send it. Okay. Level up! Health, defense, magic, and attack. Already at max level. The plaque reads, "The Chronomancer will stand eternal." Same thing. Oh, that wasn't the end of the thing then. Okay. Okay. I tried pressing all the buttons. No jump or anything. Okie dokie, I guess we'll go through here and find a dog. Woof. It's Maury. This is war. Those ghosts must be... That means what? That means we need to keep moving. Can I pet that dog?
To me, it always felt ridiculous that this enemy dies to acid damage. It's a book. There's a fire spell. Why doesn't it die to fire damage?
Sounds like a gamer. Oh, that's not acid? Oh, it's ghost. It's a ghostly power. It's not acid, it's just green. Do you see anything that looks like acid to you? Maybe we'll try that. Or... oh shit. Oh. Oh, almost. Ugh. I don't want to call the fucking phone number. I hate that. Okay.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Hey, you got this from the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time, right? Listen, you need to stop playing that game. The person who is leading you through that is not what I would describe as stable. Yeah. Leave a message if you have any information on how I can remove a game from Steam. Thanks.
Twitch.tv/Ezekiel_III. There you go. Ad. Hashtag ad. Oh. Eat my asshole. None of those. So it's probably a combo. Wait, what? It was fire. Okay, so they changed it to be fire. Okay. Wow. Super weak to fire now. Okay. He said, like, I always thought it was so dumb. Oh my god. Ugh. Got stuck on something. So in the remake, they made him weak to fire because he always thought that was so dumb. Oh, Benson Reinen. Is Smalton different? The truth that may be as though related, Benson could not be more different than his grandmother. Key to this adventure, perhaps he will turn from timid boy into timid man. Oh. There we go. Getting started. When traveling Reformare and traversing temporal rifts, it's advisable to have a guide by your side. This tome will be your blah, blah, blah. As you venture further into these pages, there we go. As you venture further into these pages, beware, though helpful, there are limits to what this text can tell you. Only through careful observation can you find every chest, hidden area, and ultimately vanquish the Chronomancer. Warning, some enemies may look cute, but the legions of the Chrono army show no mercy. The right weapon, armor, and item can make all the difference. Any effects that apply to component moves of a combo apply to the final combo. Items can be used to extend combos, but enemy moves interrupt combos. Are you real? Oh, you are real. It's the Red King. Oh, Jacob, what a sight to see. The Chronomancer exiled me from the Red Castle to here to rot. You asked me if there's a way to reclaim the temporal blade. I fear not. It exists deep below my castle, beneath the great elevator, but the Chronomancer has taken up residence there. Even if you found a way inside, we'd have to face him first. Yes. You tell the crew, like you said, that it's impossible. Jacob, ye be mistaken. Hard, aye, but impossible.
I cannot see what we have to lose. Let us not give up. Let us save the world.
What do you think, Benson? Listen here, dudes and dudettes. This Chronomancer guy has nothing on us. So heck yeah, let's style on this loser. Well said, Benson. Well, that... Okay. You got laser pointer. Laser pointer, there we go. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, can I light these, I wonder? What would I use to light that? Thrift store straitjacket? Human shield? A torch? No. Oops, I went the wrong way. Yeah. Is there a way I can do fire to everything? Any effects that apply to the component moves of a combo apply to the final combo. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, an AoE combo. Well, look up at this box here. It looks like the person is using Fire Spook Fire. Well, there you go. My crew, all of the Castaway Cove, just... Wasn't there a statue here? Hello again, this is the key shop, human. Oh my god, it tells me. A dream can be used to open golden gates. A lime pie can be used to open red magic chests. A small key to open normal chests. Okay, so now I know how to open red magic chests and golden gates. A dream and a pie. Key lime pie, of course, of course. Okay, now it's starting. I'm starting to like it a little bit more. The puzzle aspect, I'm starting to enjoy it. New. There we go. Armor is what stands between your party and the claws of Chrono Monster. Here's some of the armor you can find in your adventure. Check armor after Jacob plays. Invisible armor. Forged armor. Gold armor, leather armor, tunic. Okay. Keys are vital too. All right. Small keys, brown chest, lime pie, red chest. Creator's heart. It beats to the rhythm of creation. Can be used in a specific place. and solar fragments used to unlock the door of the cosmos. Okay. You back! You smile at Thog and nod. Clockman here! Very bad! You no go! Wait a minute, who's Thog supposed to be? Thog's supposed to be a character from Chrono Trigger, right? Wasn't there a caveman speaking character in Chrono Trigger? Or it wasn't, it was a girl, wasn't it? Ayla, that's right, Ayla. Aye, but gentle Thog, if he be there, we be needing to go there post-haste. No, Clockman no hurt friends! Perhaps, Jacob, our friend, requires that treat we found. The flavorful femur. Yum, yum! Thog devours the bone in seconds. You go, I stay. Tasty time. Ugh. I wish there was a way to speed up my walking. There is one! Oh my god, hold down X, we got it! I didn't think it would be hold down X, but it is.
To me, it always
Shut
felt
up,
ridiculous.
shut up. Yes, I know, thank you. Well, I got teleported here, didn't I? Wish there was a way to speed up into the next game. You fucking impatient, goddamn simpletons. Gotta give the game a chance. And also, why can't I save here? I want to save. It won't let me. Oh, all right. That was dead end. The Mystic Maiden. Oh, hey, red chest. Let's go, red chest. Let's go, lime pie. Open it up. What you got for me? Another page. Oh, the Chrono Dragon. Use number 4, it says. Watchdog of the end and guardian of its progenitor, the timeless chronomancer. Fear its eyes, unceasing chorus, tick-tock. Use number 4. Whatever that means. Oh, that. The preserved alchemist. Hidden in the Marimba ruins for the start of eternity, this servant of Chronopolis waited until its moment to begin the ritual to summon the chronomancer through time. Oh, we got up, up, right, left. Up, up, right, left. Oh. They're all the same. Up, up, right, left. Okay. Also, I haven't checked their armor. Gold armor. Gold armor. Gold armor. They all have gold armor. Status effect cursed. Do I want that? Who's cursed? A stick and a knife, a bad axe, the Darling Destroyer, Timber Axe, Axe Chucker's Revenge. Your favorite laser? Oh, to laser pointer. There we go. I think maybe that was an upgrade. Party potion. Okay. You'll have healing. You'll have party. You'll have Phoenix Right. And you'll have, I don't know, last meal? Sure. I don't know what that is. Why not? Why not? Mike goes bananas with 11 months. Thank you.
Laser pointer
and Core
sounds off.
Vocation with 13 months.
Perfect
Thank you very
for any
much.
cats you may encounter.
Yes, for any cats we may encounter, the laser pointer sounds OP. Heart.
It's currently 2 a.m., May 26th. The end of your showcase is in 8 hours, and everything is on fire.
Oh shit, that showed me a combo. That showed me a combo.
Yeah, well, with the showcase tomorrow, the plan...
It's currently 2 a.m., May 26th. The end of your showcase is in 8 hours, and everything is on fire.
Swirl, swirl, stone, stone.
Yeah, well, with the showcase tomorrow, the plan is we fix it, we get in the car, we present it there, and hopefully we get an A.
Oh, they're watching Japanese porn. No, I played a little bit more of it, Sultan Society, but holy shit, that game is awesome, and it has a lot of shit.
Right now.
Has a lot of stuff.
Jacob and I have been having creative difficulties about this game. We can't really decide on a specific direction, and when we reveal that we're remaking the greatest RPG of all time, we by nature make a statement about what this game is. I'm just concerned that we're not being faithful enough to what we're remaking, faithful enough to the original game even, as we should be.
Okay, we're gonna play this for another 20 minutes and then we'll switch it up. But yeah, it might have been upside down, you're right.
You may have noticed that the copy of the manual that we've included in this game isn't quite in pristine condition. Part of me is pretty upset about young Lucas and Jacob messing with the manual so much. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could get a lot of money on eBay for a mint condition copy of that thing. But there's also a lot of precious memories wrapped up in it. And that's kind of what we're trying to capture with this whole game. Recreating the magic that that original RPG made us feel. Remaking the greatest RPG of all time.
You need to finish this so good. I just finished it, and in the beginning it piggybacks Disco Elysium, but after that it jumps off and just sprints past it and reaches ends. Disco never could. Really that good, huh? Travel to the past? No. Not yet, at least. Okay, so this is that thing that we saw. This. Up, right, left. Okay. No, it's a great game, but it's really slow. It's not a good stream game. I'll say that. How come that
How's my
did that not kill him?
Texas doing on a Saturday?
Oh, it must be somebody else then. Okay, hold on. So it must be maybe like this. No. The second target is the middle one. Okay. There we go. Yep. Okay. So you just go character by character. Low guns with 15 monks. My here Texas Unk is doing great, man. Pull the E-leverator? Yes. Elevator to the end levers. 1, Mystic Maiden. 2, Robot Factory. 3, Benson's house. The Darling Destroyer. Fucking, what was it? Wasn't a dream, no. What? No. Do we have something for the red doors? Oh, red, oh, oh yeah, the red ones were the, no, I didn't say it. The red chests was key lime. The red chest is key lime. Yeah, I tried the Heart of the Creator. It's not that, not that. Okay. No, that's not the dev room. That's not the one. There we go. Oh, there it is. Table of content. Oh, we got the cover. Solo move. Oh wow, mega moves. That'd be nice to get. Wait, what did it say? Oh, all carpets lead somewhere. Oh. Okay. What could I give to this guy? How about a last meal? No. Oh my god, is this fucking Missing No? Okay. Okay. All carpets lead somewhere. So this carpet right here leads somewhere. Perhaps. Or maybe that was just where my friend was being imprisoned. I don't know if that counts. Here we go. Another page. Was it? This one, Rose Reinen, hailing from the human village of Smallton, a retirement place for old heroes. Rose longed for her own for years. Will she be up to the task? And Robert the robot from the assembly lines of Robot Factory. Robert is one of millions of identical robots made and remade over and over again. Will he find his own individuality or fall in line? Okay. Do the drapes match the carpet? Oh, she does have he does have a combo. 4 of those, 4 telephones in a row will make Heartbot.
One of the hardest things.
Shut up.
As a kid.
Shut
I would
up.
Always have to take notes in games like this.
Shut up. Shut up.
Often.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, okay. Another solar fragment. Oh my god! This! I can read this with the thing! Nope, how do I... Oh, there we go. Here lies a divot in the ground to speak what I cannot. Here lies a divot in the ground to speak what I cannot. Endings. Okay. Oh, that's the cover. Okay. Oh god, shut up. Please, no. God damn it, I fucking pressed A again. I hate it when it's all the same button, so you mash through and you end up talking to him again for the 4th time. See, this carpet leads somewhere. I don't know what to use on it, but... Okay. Hello, fellow human. It is good to be seeing you again. Look at my human clothes. I too have the hair and the shirt. Wooden handle. Gold handle. Wooden broom handle. Plastic broom handle. An iron broom handle. A porcelain broom handle. The weapon of kings and rulers passed through the ages is an heirloom treasure that no man may hold for long before a violent fit of envy befalls him. It is a golden broom handle. It requires 100,000 gold and I have 99,999. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm Lucas Emanuel.
Okay.
I'm the director of the remake of the greatest RPG of all time.
That's a good game. I mean, it would start off pretty weird, but I kind of started to get it. So it was cool, man. Not bad. Not a bad job. Also, hold on a second. I have 21 of 23 achievements. Oh, you get all these achievements just for opening the game. That's fucking hilarious. Complete the tutorial with 1 HP. Enter the Red Castle. Watch Gunther possessed. Forge the Temporal Blade. Return home. Collect 40 star fragments. Defeat the Mad Robot King. Collect 20 solar fragments. Help Robert repair the racer. Eat robot stew. Turn the conveyor belt to max and annoy Jeff. Traverse the portal and enter the future. Defeat the Pirate King. I think that's hilarious, dude. I think it's fucking funny that they put all these achievements in there and 2 left because you're at the end of the game. Beat the game. Open the door of the cosmos. That's fucking meta shit. I love it. It's good. All right. That was the remake of the end of the greatest RPG of all time. I was impressed after a minute. It took me a minute, but I got too impressed. And now we're going to do something dumb. Something nice and dumb. Hold on. Let me just make sure. 68? Yeah, it's not even close. It's not even close. Do you even forklift? All right. I guess you're going to get what you want there. All right, go vote again. New poll is up. 0s on everything, so go vote on what you want to see after this. Do you even forklift, bro? That's what I said, Mule. I think Shenmue hopefully has prepared me for this, but I don't know. I don't want to be so bold. I do know where the sailors hang out, though, so that's good. Okay. Do you even forklift? Silly physics-based forklift game inspired by Ghibli and Japan car culture. Use your forklift skills in logic puzzles with many unexpected outcomes. This one came out 2 days ago, developed by Garage 5, published by Take IT Studio and Kirky.Games. It is $7.19, and I just imagine, I would just bet that it's a controller game, for me personally. Do you know where the Chinese people are? Have you seen any Chinese people? How about Chinese sailors? Have you seen them? Do I need to check the settings? I doubt it. Okay. Yep, accelerator, brake, pick up, throw, lift up, lift down, beep with Y. Okay. I didn't think I did. No. I need 0 birds, thank you. Oh, okay. No, it's not tank controls, no. So what are those two, like, they look like challenges or something. Why is this overmap necessary? It's not. Can I just go there now? Oh. There, I can just drop it, okay. Fucking piece of shit. Oh. There we go. I gotta park it on the parking thing, okay. I wasn't sure. Wait, there's ramen bowls somewhere? You saw, I didn't see any ramen bowls. I'm actually forklift certified. Or I have been. Oh, there is one, look at that. I see the ramen bowl over there. Oh, you dick! You fucking knocked me out! You kidding me? Thankfully, weight distribution is not a consideration. Dude, fuck off. I hate that they put that in there. Okay, hold on. So is there 2? There's 2 of something. Yeah, ramen and see, there's the ramen bowl. No, not green. Not red. Or not yellow. I want red, red. Not blue! Thank you. No, okay. So it's not, I don't know what to do with the bike if it's the bike. A ramen bowl and something else, I don't know. Oops, hold on. No, I know how to finish the puzzle. I was just wondering what the challenge thing was. It was ramen and something else. Paint the bike red? Why would I paint the bike red? Okay, I'll do it. Oh. Bike doesn't get painted. Neither do I. Once I'm red, I guess. What's behind my body? A yellow truck. Nope. Grab it. Pick it up. Anything underneath it? Doesn't look like it. Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's me, it's Omelette Man.
There you go, Igmus. Oh my fucking god, Pete. There you go. I was like, wow, the game got loud. Let's all enjoy. Oh, the music kicks up though. How many subs get the forklift badge to replace my Batman? That'd be pretty cool. Hey, the alerts are not up to me. They are up to Scott. I was wondering if that was it. Oh, parked! I parked the electric car in the water. Do you have like a link of the things you will for sure watch during SGF week? I had one. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oops. Yeah, I do. I have one. This is the one I've been using. Just simple laid out for you. There you go. There you go. Put a car on top of a car. Easy peasy. Will you watch all of them? A lot of them, yeah. Oh yeah. I'll be watching a ton of them. But the ones that are too early, I won't watch. There's a couple of them that go before I even start, so I won't do those. But yeah, I'll do even the weird ones. I enjoy sharing those with you guys. Wait, what?
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you? I'm Batman.
This is one you have to see full screen because you got to see how Scott like lined it up right. You got to see how Scott lined it up.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you? I'm Batman.
He fucking nailed the timing of it. It's so good. That's my mom, by the way. If you weren't here for that, that's my mom. I'm Batman. So good. So good. Yes, my mom is Batman. Yeah. Okay. I think it tells you kind of what you're supposed to do, right? Okay, put a car on another car, but which ones? Which ones, though? I didn't even drop it. That counted. Okay, sure. Oh, blue on top, red on top of that. Okay. Oh, that was it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not hunting down the ramen bowls anymore. I'm just doing the levels. I didn't even look at what I was supposed to do on that one. Oh, is it to like get its alarm to go? Oh, maybe it is a limit on how many times you can like bump it. It's got like a damage limit. That seems right. Do you even fuck lift? No car. It says no car. Oops. Oh, it's how many times you can set the vehicle down, maybe? Okay. Oh, 6 only had 1, I guess. Oh, whoops. Hold on. What's... Yeah, what's this? This is... Fuck you. Plug it in. Plug the thing in. No. Oh, fuck, I broke it. Did I break it? I think I broke it. Perfect. Okay, let's try again. Let's not break it this time. Got him. That'll do, pig. Oh, these guys are all messed up. Nope. Nope. Okay, fine. That'll do. Okay. Got him. Crushing it. We're crushing it. All right, now let's see. This is a tricky one because you got to get. Yeah. Oh, it went under. Oh, yellow car. Yellow van doesn't need to be anywhere. Let's get yellow van out of there first. God damn it, yellow van. There. Now, get you squarely out of the way. Perfect. All right, blue car. Probably should be first. gonna give you a lot of room. Careful, careful, careful. There you go. Now red car. There you go. Okay. Red car's good. Wait, red car's not good. Is it good? Perfect. That's all good. They're all good. Like a glove. By the way, Pete,
Like a
thank you for the
glove.
bits. I didn't thank you. I laughed too much and I forgot to say thank you for those tips. Very kind of you. What's up, water drinker? How you doing, big guy? You sad mom's not home, so you're bugging me? Yeah. Keep coming up to me like, cool, Dad. Why you kill Bob? I didn't kill her. Yeah, she probably dead. Where'd she go, Dad? I know you did something. What'd you do? By the way, 150 months for the Duke of Flies. God damn, that's a lot of months, man. That's a lot of years. Shit, 12 years and a half. Holy fuck, that's 12 and a half years. Someone should give you another badge for that. Oops. Now, come on now. That was perfectly set on there. Okay, fuck it.
Is this man even forklift certified?
I am, actually. I don't know how long the forklift certification lasts, but I did get forklift certified for a job. Oh shit, that's right. You don't even need to park it. You can just leave it on the forklift if you're close enough. Monopolized, by the way. Thank you for the 109 months. All right, don't forget to vote for the next game. I mean, I could play this for another 30 minutes. Give it a cool hour. It's a chill ass game, man. Now hold on a second. What? Hold on, let me check my journal. You know what? Let me not check the journal. Let's not check the journal ever again. Tree. So can I pick up one of these? Oh my god, I can. Look at that. I had no idea. What up, LZT? Oh, I can't bust through those. Okay, so I got 3 trees, 3 trucks. Nope, up. There you go. How's Texas treating? Have I gotten used to the thick air? This place is not built for humans. Texas, anywhere in the southern United States, and this meridian is not made for human beings. It is for fucking lizards. It is for lizard people, or lizards themselves. It is not for people. I thought Texas would be more of a dry heat. I was wrong. I was like, it's like a deserty kind of a place, like Phoenix. Or, you know, that kind of shit. It is not. It is not that. It is humid. It is a wet, sticky heat. And I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, she's not here. I don't have to pretend. Unless she's watching, in which case I was joking. These are jokes, honey. I'm a jokester. It says comedy right in my fucking description. Okay. Oh, fucking bikes. Fucking bikes. Oh, God, my gears. No! Oh, no, please just let me get over this bicycle. Oh, I didn't know they would fuck me up so bad. Fucking bike out of here. Yeah, you go over here, you fucking piece of shit. You know what? No, you're gonna go in this one first. Yeah, gonna get you right there. Misjudged it a little bit. Misjudged it a little bit. Just wait till August. No, I know. No, I'm aware, you fuckers. We're like, oh, you haven't seen nothing yet. If you don't like the hot weather, it's only May. Yeah, I get it. I know. But I'm gonna complain even more when it's June, July, August. Oh yeah. We're doing it. Good. No, damn it. Perfect. No, damn it. No, come on. Dude, just... Okay, I'll take the bike too. I'll take all of it. Nope. There. No. There, you're good. Oh, the bike's revenge. It's fucking me up again. And now the vending machine is talking shit. God damn this fucking vending machine. Do not do that. The one over here does not count. The one that I thought was the best one does not count. What the fuck, man? There. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. That one on the top looks like shit and it counts. All right, new mechanic. What is this? Oh, I gotta wash the cars. Good enough. Fucking son of a bitch. Like a glove. Never get the undercoat. Never get the undercoat. The undercoat is a scam. Stay up there. Well, that's fine. It wasn't even this car. Fuck. Well, I did them a favor. I watched an extra car. Wait a goddamn minute. Why is this car yellow? There's a parking, sorry, I can't see it, you can't see it, but there's a parking thing right here, and it says yellow car, but it's not the truck. But it's yellow. They're supposed to, they match, like the symbols usually match. Like what the car actually looks like. I thought, at least. Yeah, see, that's not it. It's not doing the thing. All right, I'll try and put the fucking truck there. I seriously thought the symbols were different. The color matches. I thought the shape of the car parking like symbol would match, but maybe I'm out of my mind. Get the fuck off of there. That is it. Okay. So they do match the colors, but not the shape. I could have sworn they matched the shape too. No, it's not tank controls. Thankfully. Now, why is that not pulsing? Huh? That's a green car in a green spot. Oh, it did pulse once? See, but see what I'm saying? Oh, this one continues to pulse. Am I gonna play 007 at some point? Not near future though. Okay. I guess it counts. It just wasn't giving me the indication that it was going to count. Oh, bunch of fucking filthy ass cars. Goddamn bullshit. Come here, Bluey. Come here. Upsy daisies. You can just hang out over there until I come get you. Nope, nope. Now, as far as I know, that one doesn't even need to be cleaned. What the fuck, dude? Why is this one not getting cleaned? Thank you. No. Oh my god, this way. Fuck me. Come on. I'm gonna go get some ramen. There we go. Oops. Yep, oops. Oops. Ah, fucking backed into those fucking bicycles. Come on, dude. Austin Powers this. There we go. We're getting it. We're getting it. Okay. There. What does the sign say? Oh, the sign on the... Good question. It says, subscribe with Prime, I think. No, let me see. I'm gonna guess it says something simple like car wash. Let's find out. Shall we? Car wash. Oh, this is a new one. What do I have to do? I gotta crush a car. It says wishlist Emberville? Did it. Now I need to smash a greenie. Any green one? Or both green ones? All the green ones? Forklift alert is from Shenmue. It's, oh, you want to know how much it is? It's 50 bucks. Because it's like, you know, a couple minutes long. I don't even know. It seems like a couple minutes long. Yeah, someone did it earlier today. I mean, no one's done it yet. No one's done it yet. You could be the first there, Juke. So we need a green and a red. Okay. Oh, Trixie. So you gotta take the blue out. Huh. Do I have to leave it there? Oh. Okay. That'll do. I love how it just becomes paper. All right, this will be our last mission, then we'll switch up the game. So if you haven't voted, go vote now. You have until I finish this level. There you go. We did it. Do you even forklift? Hey, fun little game, man. Fun little game. Real chill. Thank you for playing. Are you sure you want to close the game? No, play more. Just quit. I like quit screens with an attitude. All right, what are we going to play next? Is it close? It is not very close. We're going to do Morkborg Heresy, which stands for Dark Castle or Dark Fortress, something like that. Or which means, not stands for, it means that. In Nord-Swedland. Where are you, Morkborg? There you are. Morkborg. Oh, of course, it's the $19 one. God damn it. Okay. And I'm gonna take the dogs out real quick. So you're just gonna have to hang out for a minute while this downloads and while I take the dogs out for a pee-pee. Because they haven't been out for a second, so let me do that real quick. And then we'll be right back. You got to watch these forklift instructions after this game. Forklift driver Klaus English on YouTube. Classic German humor. Okay. I might have to do that. All right. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Welcome back, everybody. We're gonna play some Morkborg. I just love saying it, dude. Such a great name. Morkborg. All right, let's check it out. What is this fucking game? Oh, I haven't put it in yet. Heresy Supreme. Okay, copy. Oh, and then the ad break starts. Of course. Of course it does. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're just gonna wait. Just gonna wait for a minute. Yeah, this is supposedly based on the tabletop.
Tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
It's supposedly based on it, yeah, on the tabletop RPG. Yep. Stop asking me to pin the message.
By the shadows of Bergen Crypt, the two-headed basilisk whispers of the end of all
English.
things.
Okay. Is Klaus still looking at that hot chick that passed by? Is that why he's not stopping? And he rode off into the sunset. Is there more? Okay, it doesn't look like it. Okay. No, that's it. All right. I mean, is that it for that video? Okay. There's a hidden sex scene in there. Oh my God. Beautiful. All right, let's see what Morkborg's all about. A desperate attempt to endure the coming apocalypse in a cursed, unjust, dark fantasy world, made only to appease a vain god. Combat is brutal, choices are lethal, and survival is a temporary insult to fate. A flail to the face. This one came out 9 days ago, developed and published by Morbidware. It is in early access, and it is $19.99 on Steam. Let's go. Oh, by the way, if you haven't voted for the next game, the new poll is up, so go vote. All right, I've got my controller. I'm ready to go.
The basilisk's heads have contended the truth for centuries. Yet, by the nameless scriptures, the word of Veril stands highest.
Oh, fun fact about Klaus, he's the German voice of Bob Belcher from Bob's Burgers. That's
So
funny.
it shall be, as the voice of the spawn of She carries from the blighted valley of the unfortunate undead to the hallowed seat of the capital. The Order chants the soul testament that leads to the shimmering field.
Those yellow bastards.
Salvation is bound by vows, and the basilisk's behests are law. Cursed walker, prepare and set your journey from the serpentine woods of Sarkash to the crumbling towns of Grift. Let your pain sing the cadence of the grim calendar.
No,
and
Purple
shun
Trader,
the
no, I
lying
haven't.
tongues of false gods. You are the fading, final breath of this earth, and the hand that shall despise the temptation of falling coward and blind before the heresy supreme.
My thumbnail is just legs. That's fucking great. Nice grab there, Cosmic Blip. All right, what are my options? Music, sex. Oh no, sound effects. Controls, full screen, quality. Okay. Blood color, sure. Wiggling on. Sure. I'll leave my wiggling on. You bet. This one's for you, Illumination.
Hey, it's me, it's Omelette Man.
Oh, these are classes. You can be Fang Deserter. Lost. Oh, these are. Oh, wait. Where's the actual class name? Oh, they call us fools. We're all fools. Illiterate, unnerving. Literate and uncured scar. Wait. Am I? Am I rolling different characters? It seems like I am. Yeah. The name changes, the quirks change too. Except for illiterate. He's always illiterate. Okay. Apathy. No, I don't want that. Flimsy. I don't want that. I don't want stuttering. Unnerving. No. Gullible. Sure, why not? Strength and toughness +1. Using a shield. Got a kick. Okay, whatever. Oh, it's low HP? I didn't know you rolled HP too. With items, creativity is key. Craven Wretch, your very presence here proves nothing but your dread at the coming end. Know this, if your intent is to persuade Verhu and avert the end of all things, turn back, you are powerless. Seek not salvation beyond the shimmering fields, none exist. The nameless scriptures are unerring. The prophecy is flawless. Fulfilling his desire is no mark of virtue, it is a debt, and it will be collected. Verhu wishes for a troll finger. Look into the depths of Sarkasha's sprawling forest, where beasts unforgiving and unforgetting lurk. Now go and take heed. The world is ending even now. You move with left stick, A to interact. Got it. Run by holding the right trigger. To the dying lands. Yes, please. One to the dying lands. Oh, troll slaying. Okay. Hell yeah. More toughness means more HP. Only a place with such suffocating vegetation can hope to conceal a colossus of violence like the one you seek. You begin the search peering through thorns and brambles, hoping it does not find you first. Dodge by dashing with the B button. Fuck this. Hit up to 3 times for a fast chain of attacks with the X button. Upward attack is hold to attack upwards with the X button. Oh, press up. Yeah, press up to... Sure. Strong attack can be formed with Y. It's slower but more powerful. Each class has their own class skill you can use with the left shoulder button. Okay, left shoulder button. Got it. Okay. Each class has their own secondary skill you can use with the right shoulder button. You can find more information about your character in the character sheet by pressing start. Strength +1. Success. Oh, I get a +1 for the rolls. Okay. No time for fear now. Defend yourself. Keep your head on your neck. Push left stick down to crouch and avoid attacks that aim at your face. While crouching, you can perform an attack with the BTNX button. The Beatniks button. Oh, with button X, okay. I will grab a stone. Collecting shite. Your items picked up from the ground go into your stash. You can equip them by holding the D-pad right and use them the right stick to go through them. Okay. You can tap left trigger to throw any item. You can hold for a second left trigger to eat the item. Oh, okay, so tap to throw, hold to eat. Be sure to check their effects before stuffing your face with something. Okay. Consume, okay. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. Okay.
I love the look of this game. So reminiscent of the TTRPG, which is brilliant. Do not eat stone.
Okay, I'll try to remember not to eat the stone. Clearing reveals an uncanny wound in something. Press select to bring up the level map. Okay, got it. There it is. Okay. Omens. Each character has a limited amount of omens. You can hold the D-pad down to use the right stick, and use the right stick to spend omens for a one-time bonus. Omens can also be spent to reroll dice failures. Oh, next damage taken is nullified. Next hit deals max damage. Okay. Troll dung. Find a way to lure it out. Plunge arm. Oops. I didn't know that was a choice. With no surprise, you feel something different. Too solid, too large. Bones. Not rodent, something else. Something familiar. Oh, I just swap it out if it's a... Okay. A new weapon. down, you fool! Only during combat, the character uses stamina for each action they perform. Pace your actions and you'll need to wait for the stamina to be restored. Okay. When you reach 0 HP, become broken. You can get back to life by consuming a healing item or killing an enemy who set you broken. Another unfair challenge. One misstep and Fellband will be dust. Healing potion heals for 12. I only have 4. Wait, it was supposed to heal me for 1. I got 0 HP out of those things that were supposed to heal me. It said 1 to 4, not 0 to 4. Infected cannot heal duration permanent. There it is. Yep. So you can survive on 1 HP for a good amount. Towering figure blocks your way. A cluster of spores, vaguely alien, radiating menace. Spore clusters every grotesque mushrooms. Slimy fissures hint at something concealed within. I will investigate. And I will fail. I will re-roll. Because why not? Hairless from the wrist and purple spores fill the air. Oh, I thought I could re-roll. Maybe I pressed Y to re-roll. Followed by the skittering of awakened ticks. Okay. Your frail body somehow managed to resist the poison. Time to fight, I guess. Okay. Got him. Oh, you found the troll lair already, but no trace of one. I only found a huge poop. Elusive beast, but extremely vengeful too. They never forget. I heard one knight slew a whole pack, then fled to Graventosk to escape the kin's hunt. Lost his mind soon after, crashed under a maddening miasma. Or crushed under a maddening miasma. An illness, a malady, if you will. I mean, is it just me, or does it seem like all this is dead end now? And I need to go, I must need to go find what's his name. Also, what's the difference between the yellow and the pink pentacles? Arrow. Oh. There we go. I removed my infection. Look at that. Pale blue mushroom, silver coin, stone, worm-infested skull. Yeah, as far as I know, I don't have anything to lure him out with. Oh, Graventosk, yeah, so I go out here and I go to Graventosk to see that fucking whatever. Now this happens. Psalm 1. Doubt is crowned, the loyal shall turn their blades on those who silver gave. Silver's in stash turned to stone. Oh, okay, so I had some silvers, they turned into stone. Okay. Scrape together a party. Wait, a party? Oh, fucking, I didn't even get to read that. I was looking away for a second. I guess it's not fucking important. You wonder what a birdcage this large can be used for. Even trying to imagine an answer gives you chills until you notice that them grotesque skeletal newborn birds writhing at the cage's floor, beaks snapping with a ferocity at odds with their size. The nestlings rasp their beaks and loose a chant that like a broken instrument. The sound is lugubrious, yet oddly luring. You wonder if letting that lament seep into you is wise or the quickest way to be unmade. I will listen. You feel those strange sounds slide into your skin, warming into your ears and even your eyes. Your face twists, muscles jumping under the strain. But you force one last effort. I'll make it. Bingo, no problem. You hold your focus, refusing to let your eardrums wither. Until the chant begins to resonate through your fragile body, threading it with a strange newfound resilience. It stings. 1 max HP. Oh, nice. Okay. The Unholy Corridor. A lone figure lurches among the gravestones, swaying and unsteady. Grainy miasma clings to your tongue. A broken guttural howl cuts the air. Arvant, why are you here? My troll slayer fame means nothing in these days of dusk. Some say I was driven mad, yet madness is theirs. Those deranged who feign sanity as the world dies, still praying to him. Leave me with the dead or draw steel and give this nightmare purpose. Okay, I guess I'll fight. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. The Troll Slasher. Give me that thing. Yeah, you bet. And I picked up something else. What was that? Oh, I don't know. Probably the, oh, it's the entrails or something. Yeah, there you go. That's for luring, I'm guessing. Oh, okay. I wonder if there's a cool place that'll give me some healing. Maybe. Dodge by dashing with the B button. Oh, okay. Go on. Yep, I got it. Thanks. I've done this. Yes. Thank you. Fuck this. Mephitic Corridor. Wow. It is really slow. Does good damage, but it's really slow. Five to 11. 1 to 11. Okay.
Ninty-eight must be fake God. Look at how much food I ate.
Thank you, Praxis, with 98 months. Oh, really? Oh, we're doing that, are we? Okay. Okay. A stone and an arrow. Perfect. Okay. Profaned room. Okay, we got enemies in here. All right. Well, that wasn't fair. And now he's... Wow. Okay. You are a failure. Keep suffering? Whatever that means. That guy just popped up out of nowhere and just wrecked me, huh? Cool. Oh. There we go. Let's try someone with a little bit better stats, huh? How many games do I currently have on Steam? Well, let's find out, shall we? Oh, minus soundtracks. There we go. 3405. Uncategorized games. There we go. 10 HP. Oh, +1 on presence test. Okay. 0, 0, 0. 10. Okay. -1, -3. Jesus Christ. No. 1 HP. Get the fuck out of here, dude. 12 HP. +2 toughness. Illiterate and flimsy. Nine. Okay. +1 on present test, +3. 0. I mean, it's just strength is like +0 to strength. So it's not like I have 0 strength. Not the same thing, I don't think. It's just what bonus do you get? Do I think I'll hit 4,000 by the end of the year? I don't know, man. I buy like 5 or 6 games a week, so 250, give or take. Do you get a tax rebate on buying games? Oh yeah, hell yeah. No, we want a 10. There we go, 10. Zeros across the board. Oh. There we go. That's a good one. Plus strength, plus toughness, and plus agility. Sure. Let's go. Knife. 1 to 4. No armor. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Have a good time with your thesis. Skippy. Skippies. Skippies. Whoops. Oh, he has a bite. Okay. Shield and a bite. Okay. Oh, there we go. Once there was a story about a comedian in England who put his carpets on the tax rebate because he would walk up and down those carpets while thinking of jokes. Hey, man. If it works, it works. Oh, there's a merchant. Look at that. I got 10 silver. What can I get? A thorny knot? Bursting berry? A green potion. Oh, that's for 15 silver. More max stamina, I'll take it. There you go, 110. Perfect. Today's slops. Oh, I can't afford any of that. Billboard. Capital welcomes all walkers willing to serve in a righteous crusade. Within the walls, you'll find protection placed beyond the to await the apocalypse. Beyond them, only blasphemy and pain. Cursed walkers are bound to faith and obedience to Verhu, sworn to fulfill his desires, whispered through the darkest dreams of Archpriestess Josilpha. Any deviation will see you branded as heretic scum. The end cannot be averted. Miseries will descend upon this land, the final one being complete annihilation. This is the sole purpose of the order, to welcome the end in awe and adoration. Fun. No, anything you buy that is considered use for your job, you should be, if you're if a U.S. citizen, whatever, you can claim it on your taxes, and they will give you, like, it's not a lot. Like, at most, I get like 10% back. So any $10 game, I actually end up at the end of the year paying $9 for it instead. So it's better than nothing. So claim everything you can, which I do. And if you work from home, claim your rent. Claim your property tax and shit like that, because your home is your office. So Zeke and OF Mono, can she claim a monster dildo? What the fuck do you think, dumb shit? Of course she can. Anything used for work. Only a place with such suffocating vegetation. Oh yeah, I already got this. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Already read this. I know I left the knife behind. I took the scimitar instead. I can only have one weapon. See, I leave a knife, leave a scimitar, one weapon. More max stamina, I love it. Yeah. Give it to me. Yeah, knife and or axe and a femur, I don't need them. Scimitar's better. Yep, got my arm ripped clean out by a troll. It may sound absurd, but this area swarms with those brutes. Stumbling upon their layers is relatively easy, but hardly guarantees you'll manage to flush one out. Reveals an uncanny wound in the hillside. No beast could have carved it, yet it's here uninhabited. Oh, this is the poop. I found the poop. Yep. Shitty bone. Literal shitty bone. Your character has terrible posture? Yeah, it's mine too. He has my posture. I hunch quite a lot. Ow. And kick. A bursting berry. What does that do again? Oh, does D4 minus D4 worth of damage. Or D2 if I eat it. Is a mort, do you Borg a lot? You know it. What are you doing? Why the fuck were you stabbing in the air? I didn't even have my fucking hand on the thumbstick, you fuck. Okay. Oh, fucking remembers what the last direction you pushed? So if I press up, and I do an up stab, and then I just hit the button again? What? It did it twice and now it won't do it. Yeah, now look. I'm not pressing any direction. It just got stuck going up. That's fucking weird. Fuck that. Oh, you throw it and it makes someone fall? Okay. I'm gonna fail this. No, oh my God, I did it. Quick with us, generous share of luck. You managed to seize your reward. Cool. I got it without fighting this time. Huzzah. All right. Anywhere else I need to go explore? Nope. Nope. Okay. Let's get out of here. Head back on the Grim carriage. Have it take us to Graven Tosk. Oh, I can't go to Graven Tosk. I didn't get the fucking... Did I not get the clue? I didn't know I had to talk to him again. Oh. Oh, I found a huge poop. There it is. Okay. There we go. I must have talked to him before I got the poop. And now shit happens. Psalm 1. And the depths of the underworld shall bring forth flying specters and crawling beasts. Skeletons may appear in combat rooms. When broken, you still have a chance. Yep, I got it. Thanks. Thanks. Oh, fuck. Well, that's fun. The one thing that actually got me, I just stabbed up in the air. My Mort got borged. Why the fuck am I back here? I don't want to be here. Oh, my stamina. That's great. My stamina went back down to 100. It was at 120, but it went back down because I died. That's fun. I did mork when I should have borged. You're right. That's a rookie mistake. I morked when I should have borged. No, stop it. Oh yeah, and you keep advancing the time. So what else do I get? Psalm 2. At the beginning, so at the end, all manner of flying wasps shall fill the air. Famine mosquitoes may appear in combat rooms. Nice. Nice. So every time you die, it just gets more and more difficult because that's the name of the game, man. Swedes are fucking brutal. Frame loss with 89 months.
11 more of these bad boys and I can tell my therapist I make great financial decisions. Has anyone made a Mork and Mindy joke yet? Shazbot.
Shazbot. Oh, Shazbot. Wow, these guys are just so much faster than me. One HP, nice. Oh, fuck off. You had 3, bitch. Fuck you. Fucking asshole. Might as well just live on fucking 1 HP the whole time. Stamina's a bitch, man. At least those guys don't have very much HP. No, 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 no! I threw a silver coin, and I didn't mean to. That one I meant to throw. No, not that. Give me the dead traveler. There you go. Moldy apple, sure. Oh, plus D2 HP, minus D2 HP. We can gamble on our lives here. This is gonna be a shit room. Oh my god, yeah. Well, that wasn't one of them, huh? There we go. Yep. That second chance is the only thing keeping me alive, man. If they didn't have that, holy fuck, what a game. And that's it. Nothing here. Wait. I was already here. Fuck off. How the fuck did that guy get so much HP? So they can re-inhabit themselves? Okay. Oh. Another wonderful one here. Abandoned nest. Let's see. A thorny knot, because that does nothing good. Yep. Nice. Wow, these guys got spatial awareness like crazy. There we go. I know exactly how far they are away from me. A lone figure lurches among the gravestones, swaying and unsteady. There he is. Fucking about time. We found him right away last time. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I have a backstep? Well, fuck me. I should have done that. I should have been doing that way more often. I'm an idiot. Oh, he got me. No, I put up my shield, I'm pretty sure, but the fight slows down when you're dead. Alright, I'm good. This is better than I expected, but still not great. Alright, there it is. Morkborg Heresy Supreme. Alright, next one. Yep, looks like it's going to be... What's the password? This one won't last long, I'm sure. It is just a password searching game where you, I'm going to love it. Oops. Reset the poll. There we go. There we go. All right, we reset the poll. But this game is just a password finding game. You got to find 4-digit passwords. And I'm going to play it with you guys if you guys want to help out. I'll try and figure it out, and then I'll look at the chat and see what you guys think. It's fun! And it's always going to be 8008. Absolutely. Okay. What's the password? Douche. Hunter 2. Okay, there we go. What's the password? I don't know. What can I spend my 2.2 million Steam points on? Like, this is all I can spend it on, right? Is my fucking, what's it called? My profile. Like, I can spend it on this. I got the Darkest Dungeon thing. I got this background thing. Like, that's it. Yeah. Backgrounds, icon frames, Steam Deck boot up. Yeah, logos. Right, sure. Exactly. Bullshit. I don't care. That's nothing I care about. And I never go to this. I never go to my profile page, so I don't give a shit. I go between store and library, and that's about it. For real. All right, here we go. This is the game. What's the Password is a minimalistic puzzle game where you decode, where you decode 4-digit passwords featuring over 100 puzzles. This game came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Trampoline Tales. You can get a demo for free or you can buy it for $6.95. Let's play along, or let's play. What are my options? Yep. Max FPS, whatever. Sure. Yeah. Audio. Gameplay. Okay. Let's start. Start chapter 1. You have to determine several 4-digit passwords to win this game. The first password is 7591. The rest won't be so easy. Good luck. Correct. 0713. Correct. One, 2, 5, 6, 9, 0. I will acknowledge your existence, Praxis. You're here. You're alive. You're good. Um, 125690. I mean, I could just like brute force a guess on this. Oh, it's probably the ones that aren't there. 3, 4. Yeah. God damn. 3, 4, 7, 8. Jesus. Took me long enough, but I got there. Zero, 5. Is there a way to slow it down? Yeah, there you go. it's actually spelling out the word. I'm not going up and down. Okay. 0, 8, 5, 1. There we go. Okay. 0, 1, 8, 9, 0, 1, 8, 9. Okay. 2, 9, 4, 1. Oh, 2, 2, 8, 4, 1. Whoops. August is 8. Yep. Jester Keaton with 53 months. Thank you. Sephiroth Valentine with 41. Huh. Yeah, that's exactly what I tried. 8213. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9, 3, 2, 4. Okay. It's not kinks in the line, but line segments. Yep. 4. 7. 0, 4, 7, 0, 8. Or wait, hold on a second. 4709. Yeah. Chapter 2. 1, 7. Nope. 1, 7. 4, 9. Huh? Three, 7, 3, 7, 4, 5. No, 3, 7, 4, 8. Look at the V's. Wait, is it 3? Hold on, is that 3? Yeah, 3. Yep. Okay. Eight 630. There we go. 30. Haha. A2. What? D5. Okay. Oh, fucking. Oh, god damn it. I gotta do a maze. Last number is 2. 0, 2. 8, 7. 7, 8, 0, 2. Okay. Last number is a 2. Or, wait, no, maybe not, maybe not. So I got to get to the flag. So going backwards, there's only one way to get to the flag, and it's this arrow right here. So this arrow leads to this. Oh, it has to go up. It has to be pointing to the arrow. Okay, so it goes this way. This, wait. This, then up here. That way. This way. That way. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Six. 2. Now hold on a second. Can I, if I'm going down, can I go, if it's not pointing at me, do you think I could turn this way? Like if I take the smiley face and go, can I go this way? Or do I have to be pointing at the arrow? I have to be pointing at the arrow. Okay, okay, okay. 2, 4. Six, 2, oh, 6, 2, 4, 7. I bet 6, 2, 4, 7 works. I take the smiley face to 6. I go down to 2. From 4, I go to 7. 7, I go up. Arrow, arrow, arrow. 6, 2, 4, 7. Okay, that works. I tried starting at the end, but the backwards arrows were fucking me up. Okay. Yeah, 4219 is my first instinct. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, we got pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters. $10. Huh. Well, because you add these all up, 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. 10, 25, 150, 125. I mean, 2, 1, 3, 1, just because it's like 2, 1, 3, and 1. I mean, you'd think the placement has something to do with them. Like, why are these ones this separated and these ones are so close together? Oh, Sephiroth Valentine, did I thank you? Yeah, you and Jester Keaton both resubbed at the same time, so thank you for that. We can have a hint. If we want a hint, they give us a hint. Okay, I'll try. 2131 is not it. If you add them all together, yeah, it's 03, yeah. Oh my god, it was just adding them together? Why were the columns so spaced apart like that? God damn it, it was just addition. It was just adding. God damn it. That shouldn't have been. That was too simple. Fuck you. Oh, reel it in. Oh. Nice. Okay, thank you. Bud. You fucking dick. I'm plugging my headphones, bud. The solution to this puzzle is being auctioned. Highest bid. Oh, nope. Try again. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. What? Okay. The solution to this puzzle is being auctioned. Oh, you don't type it at the beginning of the fucking auction? Okay. That's stupid. I've overcomplicated it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nine times 50 is 450, right? And then 450 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, fucking Morse code. Fuck. Fuck. Let's see. 2, 4, 5, 1. Five, 7, 0, 8. It's backwards on the computer though. On the number pad, it's backwards. It's upside down. It's not the same thing. Let's see. 3, 9, 2, 8. Nine. 3, 9, 1, 7. Okay. Tried all the combinations of like the middle numbers here. If it's not a clock, what would it be? Like a scale? Like a compass. East, west, northeast, southwest. Oh my God. 6, 4, 3, 7.
3,917.
Wow. That's cool. I like that one. Furai THT, thank you for the 12 months. Start at 1. Down. Right up. Right. Left, left, down. Down. Thank you for the year, baby. 1 whole year of subbage. For that compass one or the clock one or whatever, it's if you put the center at 5 and then the hand is pointing, the hand pointed to the numbers on the number pad. So the hand was pointing at the 6, hand was pointing at the 4, then at the 3, and then at the 7. It's the center of the hand was at the 5. Yeah. Press the button after 4 seconds have passed to reveal the password. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. After 4 seconds have passed. So any amount after 4 seconds have passed? Wait, too slow? Do you know how hard that is? They have contests for this. You know how hard it is to get to the fucking 1,000th place? There we go. Okay, I got it. Just had to add 4 to the number, whatever you get. Yeah. What? So you go after any amount of time after 4 seconds, and then it'll say like you're too slow by 2 blah 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 seconds. So you add 4 to that, and you get the answer. 5, 5, 5, 6, 2. Nope. I was just counting because it goes big, little in a column, right? So we got 5 big stars. We got 5 small stars, 6, and then 2, but it's not 5, 5, 6, 2. Haha, it was. It's just a rudimentary drawing. You just connect them. One, 3. Negative space. 1, 3. I think 1, 3. Yeah, 1, 3, and 6, and 8. Yeah, okay. Chapter 3, start, let's go. Doing pretty good. So there's going to be a reflection, right? $8013. Yep, okay. Columns. So 2, 4, 3, 6. So that's 9. 2, 9, 2, 0, 1. Yep. Okay. Oh fuck! It's a pit cross. Oh my god, not a pit cross. Okay, 9, 3. Oh no, that one's 3. No, 3 is the third digit. Goddamn, 3 is the third digit. Two. 9, 2, 3. Eight. 9, 2, 3, 8. Oh fuck! Now it's Minesweeper. So this is 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's all of it. Yeah. And then it's all of it again. So it's 5 blank 8. And then this one is exactly the same, except it's missing one side, which would be 6. Yeah. Yeah, 6. So 5 blank 8, 6. Five, 7, 8, 6. Oh, whoops. Just gotta time that one right. I got that one. I got that right. Correct. You've solved 38 puzzles and there are 71 puzzles left to solve. Okay, first digit is 7. Three, 0, 7, 3, 0, 2. Seven, 1, 0, 9. Two, 7, 8, 2, 7, 8, 6. This one is like pool, like billiard balls. Oh, so it's 9 ball, but it's missing 4 numbers. It's missing 1, 4, 6, 7. Bloodstripe, 15 months. Thank you.
That slit right up the side. Everywhere that Emma went, the boys could see her thighs. She also has a skirt that slit right up the front. She doesn't wear that one.
All right, let's see. Okay, so the first hand, so we got to beat a 17. So whatever beats a 17. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So the first hand is out. Second hand wins. 11, 16, third hand is out. 11, 20. The fourth hand wins. Let's see, 11, 19. The fifth hand wins. And 11, 18. The sixth hand wins. So 3, 2, 6, 9. 3, 2, 6, 9. Bingo. Okay, so it's either the dice showing or what's on their bottom. So it's, I'm gonna try the obvious 6, 2, 4, 5. Or it's just the obvious, or it's just that. Now, if that's a mirror, if you mirror dice pips, they are the same in the mirror. I know, the back of the die, but that... all right. So, 2, 5, 3, 1. Oh. 2. 3. 0. 9. 2309. Oh, you couldn't see the... Oh, I was blocking one of them. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I had to get that one on my own. It wasn't that difficult. Z, did you ever make it to Akihabara Arcade while in Colorado? No, I didn't. Nope. I didn't even know it existed, man. Sounds fun, though, Pete. 1, 5, 2, 4. Oh, you gotta keep, oh my God, you gotta keep it. You gotta do this. And then that's gonna, the one's gonna be at the top. Oh God, okay. And so we go. To 4. This way. Oh, it's gonna start at 9. If you turn it this way just a little bit, if you turn it this direction, it's gonna start at 9. You see what I'm saying? If it's a dial, 9 starts it. 9, 4. So 4 is at the top, and then you turn it 1, 9, 4, 1. Then if 1's at the top, then you turn it. Wait, no, 4's at the top. You turn it. Yeah, 1. And 4's at the top, and you turn it clockwise at 4. So you're going back to 1. Yeah, 3 numbers. And if 1's at the top, and wait, hold on. You think it's 2, not 1? Okay, I'll go with you guys. 9426. Nope, not 9426. There it is. 9428. Okay. It was 2. Okay. All right, 2 neighbors that don't share anything in common. Well, I see the. Okay, here's where I was fucking myself up. I see the 5132. I noticed that, but I thought there was it couldn't have one on either side. But I guess it's just these neighbors that don't have anything in common. When it says two neighbors, it kind of fucked me up because I'm like, two neighbors. You don't need the two. I think the two is misleading. Neighbors that don't share anything in common. If that is indeed the correct answer, yeah. Yeah. Two made it confusing for me. You just need to say neighbors that don't have anything in common. 3, 5, 6, 2. Nope. 3, 5. It's. That's all you draw between the stars. 3, 5, 9, 1. Nope. I thought it was. This one you count. This one is 5. This one you draw. Yeah. So 3, 5, 6, 1. I had 6 right. Yeah. 6 was right. 6 was right. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we got to do Wordle. Okay. Two correct numbers, wrong positions. Oops. I mean, we could do it like this. Okay, so 2 is one of the numbers. 2, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 2, 6, 7, 8. Uh, 6, 2, 7, 8. All in the wrong position. Okay, so they're all in the wrong position. So 2, 6 were in the correct position. 2, 6, 8, 7. Badoosh. Chapter 4, start. Lefty girls. GG. Oh. Nori buddy. Okay. 5, 7, 4, 8. Peppy Pig. Pizza Cat. Oh. 0 isn't next to 6 or 8. 8 is at the end. 5 is next to multiple numbers. 0, 6, 5, 8. Those are the 4 digits. 8 is at the end. 5 is next to multiple numbers, so it's one of the middle numbers. Six, 5, 0, 8. No. Wait. Oh, it's not next to 6 or 8. Okay, so 8 is at the end. We know that. Zero has to be next to 5. But hold on. 0, 5, 6, 8. There we go. Okay. Sorry, that was a struggle not to look at chat on that one. I know you guys got it faster than I did. Number 1 looks empty. Number 2 looks kind of like a 9. Number 3 looks kind of like a 5. Number 4 looks lonely. 1 looks empty, so 0. 2 looks kind of like a 9, so 6. 3 looks kind of like 5, so 2. And the number 4 looks lonely. Just 1? Like 1 is the loneliest number? All right. 1 foot is 30.5 centimeters. I'm 183 centimeters. We're the same height. Uh, 183 cm in feet. That doesn't help. Ah! It's in inches. 7,205 inches. Okay. One, two, three, four. They wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. Yeah, I was gonna say they wouldn't do that. Three, three, 5, 4. No, that's not it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see all these numbers. I'm looking at them like, okay. No, I was doing the number of letters. So 3, 2. The number 2 has 3 letters in it. This has 5, and this has 4. So I did 3, 3, 5, 4. That's what I was doing. Oh my God. 1, 2, and 3 4s? No. Oh man, okay. No, I thought it was saying like there's 1, 2, and 3 4s in the code. I'm honestly, I'm not getting, I don't understand where you're getting 3254 from. Is it just because of the question marks? Oh, fuck fucking god damn it. That was not that puzzle was not meant for me, dude. You put question marks in there, I'm thinking like there's something I'm not. I gotta guess what the question marks mean. Okay. Not that you count the question marks, but I had the right idea to begin with. Eight, 16, 32. Yeah. That is a not a because it's 8th, 16th, 32nd. Is that a wait? Okay. Oh, no. The flag means. Okay, what note is this? 16th and 32nd note? Is it 1632 again? No, these are like, there's an 8th note, a 16th note, blah, blah, blah. No, okay. 3264, okay. Yeah, okay, there we go. Uranus, Jupiter, Neptune, Earth. Okay. So the last number is 3. We know that from Third Rock from the Sun. Now we just got to figure out what order they're in. Uranus is what? 8? Seven, 5, 8, 3? Okay. I didn't want to look it up. The 4 married planets. Married planet. Oh, they have a ring. Uranus, Saturn. What else has a ring? Does Jupiter have rings? Okay, Jupiter. And Neptune has rings. Yeah, okay. So Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, and Neptune. I'm just not sure, like, what order they're in. My mother told me to pick the best one. No, different thing. She gave us 9 pickles. Is it just 5, 6, 7, 8? Ah, okay. Master volume plus music. $80. Oh, wait. Yes. No. Like 0160. Wait. Oh, all 3 of them. Oh God, I was only seeing 2. Okay. There we go. I don't know why I wasn't seeing the 3rd one in there. Okay. Well, fuck you. I don't do math on stream. Not anymore. Not after last time. 42 plus 916 plus 3 plus 68134. That doesn't make any sense to me. That's 5 numbers. That's too many numbers. That's too many goddamn numbers. That's 69095. You think it's just this column? 2634? I don't think so, but We'll try it. Nope. I'm guessing it's 2315. Bingo. Let me get 2 number 4s and a number 3. So let's see, 1498. Nope. Oh, there we go. Missed it by 1. Oh my God, what is this? Fucking, some enormous number. I'm gonna try 8753 though. No, okay. No, damn it, sorry, Nick. It was this one, Nick.
Fucking asshole.
Fuck off. $8750. What? That's 8750, huh? Okay. E3 means multiply by 10 to the power of 3, so 1,000. Okay. Okay. Someone else do this one. I don't want to do this. You go ahead and go. Oh. It's just 2089 because the time's 0 at the end. I just noticed that. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's half of a half of a half. $17,850. Okay. Three, 4, 6, 2, and no other clues except the fact that they're kind of like one's elevated and one's not. So you think it like in reading order? It'd be like 4-2, and then the lower would be 6-3 or 3-6. Excuse me. That's what I thought, Pangzor. I thought it was 3 to the 4th times 6 to the 2nd. Oh. You guys keep putting numbers in. I just 8136. Okay. There. Okay, I was right. It is the powers. It's 3 to the 4th and 6 to the 2nd. %, plus question mark %. Like plus 83 would be 100. I mean, 183. Okay, it was easier than I thought. $28, $30, $30, $30. Right, going right. So like the right digit, 8,000? Nope. No, if you're doing like that, would be 200. It'll only be 3 numbers. Two, 8, 30, 30, 30. No. Huh. Oh my God. 28 being February. And then we go the months with 30 days. Holy shit, you gotta be kidding me. So February would be 2. Four. 2, 4, 5. And then, oh, 2469. There it is. 2469. 2469. Get the fuck out of here. That is fucking good job on the February thing. Nice work. See you next year. That was good. That was really good. Oh, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2 again. What? What's happening? No. No. I was gonna say that wouldn't have made sense to me. If we're looking at the bottom of a Lego, is it? No, it wouldn't be a blinking 12, would it? Like a fucking... No, okay, okay. Like a fucking old VCR blinking 12? No. My local time? Really? Oh my fucking God. There is no fucking way I would have ever gotten that, dude. Wow. My local time, 6:28. Jesus. Oh, my resolution. What is the resolution set at? 21 or 30, 3840. Oh, great. Just another 0795. Oh, no, what? Gotta be one number ahead. You've solved a lot of puzzles. 6, 7, 8, 9. Because it's the percentage. Uh, 18 years after the 18th century's palindrome year. The 18th century's palindrome year. 1771. So 1771 plus 18, 1789. A newborn's birthday. Nope. Oh my God. Oh, is it? It wouldn't fit though. Oh, just the date. Oh, the day and the date. Wowzers. Wowzers. No, I was adding the year. I was like, that's too many numbers. That's too many numbers. Birthday, not date. Okay. Okay, what are we looking at here? This represents something, doesn't it? It represents like, I thought it was a keypad at first, but it's not. Because it would be 963 period. Okay. $3715. I'm not getting why you're saying I see 3715 and 3088. I'm not getting why you get that, where that's coming from. Oh my fucking god. I think you have it, Stringard. It's 3308 because it's the previous guesses. 3308. Get the fuck out of town. That was a good eye on that one. Nice work. Five, 4, 1, 3. Okay, that was easy. Oh, a third, a half, a quarter, and an 8. So 3, 2, 4, 8. Two, 1, 4, 3. The Sphinx riddle. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4. Could you do this in one? That's one of those Twitter things like, can you make this shape without lifting your pen off the paper? Without crossing any lines, though. Oh, yeah, absolutely can. Yep, you can do it in one. So 4, 1, 2. Five. 4, 1, 2, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why 6? Because I can do that in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know I'm counting that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4, 5, 6. My God, I was doing this. That's 1. I was even picking up my hand and counting it as 1. If that wasn't it, we'd all look like fools, though. Okay. It seems so silly just to count the dots. All right. Thought there was more to it, and now this one's a little bit tougher. Are you guys saying 2571 because of the two, like the things of the roof? 2 and then 5 windows, 7 on the door, and then one door? I don't know, man. Seems kind of loose. All right. That one was straightforward. One 8. Oh no! Oh, we need these two spots. So, let's see. 3 3 or 3 4, and then 8 6, 8 and then 6 up. Yep. Okay. Okay. T. Oh, T. W. Oh, okay. So 2. And then it's hard to tell where they begin and end. 2. Okay. O. Oh, F. There it is. There. I couldn't find this one. F. Okay. So 2, 4. 2, 4, 1, 9. Bubba, I'm here. Yes, I love you. Go find somewhere to play or lay down. I'm almost done, buddy. 15 minutes. Give me 15 minutes. Buddy. What's this? What's this? You can't wait 15 minutes because mom's not home and you're scared? Mom's not home and he's scared. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it when the packs broke up. Doesn't like it at all. No. Oh, so it's 2745 because it's multiplication table? Oh my God, no way. Fuck you. Oh, the asterisk in the middle should have told me that. A times B equals C. A times A equals D. D's nuts. B times B equals E. B times B times B equals F. FCAE equals Samyana, you did all the algebraic coordinates. I'm gonna trust you. Nope. Nope, Samyana. Samranga, more like. There you go. 8634 was correct. I could have done it. It just would have taken me a while. It'd taken me a lot longer than you guys did. All right, what are we looking at here? I don't know what a magic square is. I've heard the term before, but I don't know what it is. So we got to find out what this one is and this one is, I think. But I have no idea what this is. Oh, all rows and columns add up to the same sum. Okay. Well, that can't be right? This is far too many, and this is far too little. Just have to connect the next numbers in the sequence. Yeah, I'm not sure. What, like, I want to know why you came up with 1113 and I'm not getting it. Just have to connect the next numbers in the sequence. What sequence? I'm not even seeing a sequence here. Oh, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2. One, 2, 13, 14? Like, what the fuck? Hold on, we haven't taken a hint yet. I'm gonna take a hint. You can form an unbroken path of adjacent sequential numbers from 1 to 56. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, including diagonals. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's 5? Oh, so you put a 5 there. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you put a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's okay. That is just 2. Whoa, incorrect, y'all. Incorrect, y'all. 1113 is not correct. Four, 7, 1, 3. There you go. You saw this password being entered before you started this game. What? So if I start the game over, oh, 295. Oh my God, right there. Jesus, it's on the fucking, oh, that's funny. Why 1 though? Why'd you guys land on 1? Oh, because the keypad is highlighted 1. Oh, my fucking nice. Okay, cool. Cool. Does anyone actually read this? Maybe lawyers do. Oh, God damn it. Thought it was $10.99. That's accountants, though, not lawyers. Okay. $9105. There it is. Sneaky bastards. Oh my God, is that a Steam key? Someone claim it quick. P4 2X. I bet it's already been claimed, of course, but I bet it might tell me the answer. 5WXYY. Oops. Wait, P42XV dash 5WXYY dash CKV2R. Product already owned. Okay. So is it just the numbers 4252? Yeah, it is. Okay. Just the numbers. Oh my fucking God. Can someone QR this? I got it. I got it. Oh God, hold on. It says something funny. You don't actually need to scan this QR code. Any password will be correct. Okay. How many people worked on this game? Oh, okay. I don't fucking know, dude. Oh, count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19. Nope. Trampoline Tales. Three, 24, 25. 25? 25. The End? Oh, copyright. 2000. 26? Oh, the year. The year. Fucking idiot. I don't know these symbols. I mean, I know the numbers. I know numbers are symbols, and I know what a colon is, and stuff like that, so. Yeah, ratios. That's what they are. They're ratios. But I don't know. Yeah. They're all separate numbers. Why is there 6 of them? God, we're so close. We're so close to the end, too. No, okay. $9610. Okay, I need it. I guess we gotta wait. A hint's gonna pop up soon. Okay, no, not skip. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this at all. We just gotta wait for the hint to pop up. I've enjoyed our time with this game. It's clever. I enjoy it. Why is there no hint popping up? Do I only get one hint? Oh, I gotta try some numbers. And then a hint will come up. Maybe. Nope. Nope. Shit. Oh my God, did you hear that? Did you fucking hear that? Listen. They fucking do a fucking drum roll for, or a drum sting for fucking 8008. Cause it's like, haha, rim shot, that's what it was, rim shot. Listen, listen close. That's funny. Yeah, I'm stumped on this one. Stumped. I hate it. I hate that, like, 1,000 people here and no one can check puzzle 1. Yeah. Oh, check puzzle 17. Okay, puzzle 17, 7695. Puzzle 17, 7695. They are not checkmarked. Look at this. They are not checkmarked. 1 is not checked. 17 is not checked. 55 is not checked. Try the number from this screen on puzzle 1. Don't click start. Okay, what was 17? Now it's checkmarked again. $7,695. Wow. All right, 36,895. Uh, 55,891. And then it's 73,5248. 5248. There we go. And then 88 is 8769. Okay. That's dia-fucking-bolical, dude. Wow, that was diabolical, man. This is it, the last puzzle. After entering the correct password, how many puzzles will remain? You did it! You solved the final puzzle. If you want to play again, don't worry, the passwords are randomized where possible. Thanks for playing. Fucking did it! GG's, everyone! GG's! That was a fun game. Oh, Trampoline Tales is here! There you go. Hey, look at that, Trampoline Tales. Thank you for not chiming in when you knew the answer. I appreciate you. Fun game. Fun little fucking brain teaser. I'm so glad we played it. That was great. Yeah, there you go. 110 minutes. We got it done. Oh, did I get all the achievements? Unlocked all the achievements. 120 of them. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're all just chapters. Okay, cool. 120 achievements though as well. Very nice. Very nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, we do indie days every Saturday. We do indie days if you want to pop on by. So thanks for joining us. There's your tier 1 sub from old Zeke. That's me. You're welcome. Thank you for your game and thank you for showing up. All right, that's it for me today. That's it for me today. Tomorrow we got Drop Frames. Drop Frames with Reb Ford. from Digital Extremes. We're going to have her on the show. I think that's tomorrow. Pretty sure. Okay, yep. Reb is on tomorrow for Drop Frame. Space Mom is going to be there. And then Monday I'm off. And then Tuesday we start Jeff Cella. We start the Summer Games Fest watching shit. On Tuesday, we got Black Voices in Gamings and PlayStation State of Play. In between those times, we'll be playing some Batman, Lego Batman. Like, you know, in between showcases, we'll try and finish Lego Batman because I'm really having fun with it. So it'll be a nice full days of different shit. So, yeah. But for now, I'm out of here. I think I'm going to go have some gumbo over at the Gonzalez's house. So, I'll see you tomorrow for Drop Frames.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying... See ya! Oh, almost missed.